Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλή Αποκονήσι.
Καλημέρα, καλημέρα, με ακούτε? 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Καλημέρα, καλησπέρα σας και καλή βραδιά. Καλημέρα. Ναι, εγώ σ' ακούω, εσύ μ' ακούς? Μιλάω. Μιλάω.
Πού μιλάς? Σ' ακούω στο 2, στο 3. Ωραία.
Τώρα στα ελληνικά. Ναι.
such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Το πρόβλημα πάντα σε τα θέματα είναι η χρηματοδότηση.
Φυσικά.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
Απογείωση.
4. 1, 2, 3.
Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
You're all extremely welcome. It's fabulous. This Natural Disasters Management Summit in this extraordinary, beautiful, historic city of Thessaloniki. I will be joined shortly on stage by our partner Kyriakos Pozrikidis, who's the CEO of Helexpo, our partners in organising this event. So I'm looking forward to hearing from you, Kyriakos, very shortly. But before we do that, I just wanted to say a few words by way of introduction. I'm Alistair Ross, by the way. I'm the country's editor at The Economist's The World Ahead. This would always have been, wouldn't it, a timely conference. All the evidence suggests that human activity is changing our climate and increasing both the intensity and the severity of natural disasters. Around the world, societies are becoming increasingly aware of the urgency of addressing this issue. But here in Greece, of course, we've seen the evidence of the devastation our climate can wreak. And I'd like to take a moment to express my, and I'm sure everybody in this room's, profound sympathy for the people who've been affected by the recent flooding, those who've lost their lives, their loved ones, or their livelihoods. Of repairing the damage and preparing for the next one has just begun, and we wish the authorities the very best in taking on that task. There's nothing new really about natural disasters. They are, as the name suggests, in the nature of things. But we have to separate what we might call acts of God from those events that are made more probable by our own actions. For the first, there's little we can do other than, as people have done through the ages, prepare beforehand and clean up afterwards. For the second, there are questions we need to ask ourselves about how we live, how we organize our economies, and how we share the burden of responsibility. I'm pleased to say we're going to be joined today by a lineup of people who are supremely well placed to explore these questions and more, and I'm looking forward to getting started. We have a truly international lineup today, as you would expect for an issue which has no respect for national borders. We have speakers from Portugal, from France, from Germany, Israel, Lebanon, the US, and of course from the EU, and no doubt one or two Greeks as well. So we're going to be covering a large chunk of the world. So without further ado, please let me welcome Kyriakos up onto the stage. Kyriakos, thank you very much.
Thank you. Καλημέρα.
Good morning. Let me welcome you. I'd like to welcome all the speakers, those who came from abroad. And I'd like to thank you for being here, attending this event, which is extremely timely. Actually, when we started talking with Katerina, Panayoti, and Nektaria about this event, it was the time when the Turkish earthquakes took place, and we were talking about that. Oh my goodness, what happened? We were all really upset and sad. Greek rescue teams went there, rescue teams from other countries went there, and we said that this is something happening right now. It's not something that will happen. So it turned out that the conference is extremely timely because the recent disaster in Evros and in Thessalia, as Alistair said, shows that we have to be both prepared both ready to anticipate them and to fix them. So, in the context of the current TIF, we have 1,500 exhibitors, and also we have this event hosted. And under this very venue, we have a pipeline. It's a pipeline built back in the 1930s with a diameter of 2 meters, made of concrete. It transfers all types of waters, both rainwater and sewage water. 5 years ago, we had no problem with the pipeline, but as a result of the heavy rainfall and the climatic change, we found out that the volume of the waters transferred has been more than doubled. So the pipeline perhaps might not be able to withstand another natural phenomenon. So, together with the water company of Thessaloniki and the region of Central Macedonia, we had a design outsourced, and in the context of the urban development, we will change the pipeline, this aqueduct, and I think that there are many infrastructure like that in various countries, and we have to be prepared. Otherwise, the natural phenomena that will occur in the future will cause multiple damages. So, investing, as Alistair said, and anticipating, as Alistair said, is the most critical part, and we all have to be ready to anticipate the phenomenon before it happens, not after it happens. So I wish you the best for the conference.
I didn't understand a word of that because yeah, I look forward to it. My headphones aren't working, so I'll have to pick up another pair. So next to speak to us, I'm very pleased to invite up on the stage the Vice Governor of Central Macedonia and the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki, Voulou Patoulidou. Voulou, are you here, and can you join us? While you come up, I'm going to steal somebody else's headphones. That's fine. Of course.
Thank you. Αγαπητέ Πρόεδρε, κυρίες και κύριοι, ως ΕΣΑΗ αθλήτρια προτιμώ λίγο να...
Dear President, dear friends, firstly, as once an athlete, always an athlete, so I'd like to stand. So, on behalf of the head of the region, Mr. Tzitsikostas, I'd like sincerely to be here having a completely different mood, let's say, but the recent events and the fact that we haven't been able to fully understand what happened in Thessalia. We have the river of Pinios at a height of more than 9 meters, so we don't know what will be the aftermath. So this event, an event like that, should not stop today. It has to go on, so we become more concerned and make sure that the day after will be better. So let's welcome our Minister, Minister Staikouras, Minister of Infrastructure and Transport. Welcome, dear Minister. I would say that in the past years, our planet has been suffering from the plagues of the Pharaoh. The state mechanisms to protect actually, the challenge is to protect the lives and the property of people become more and more, and it's not something that has stopped. It has to be a daily priority for us. The natural phenomena are here to make us remember that nature doesn't cause disasters one after the other. No, there are disasters taking place at the same time. So there's no magic wand. There's no magic recipe in order to tackle all of them at the same time. So as part of the civil protection mechanism in our region, we had in the past to face these disasters, some of these disasters, because for instance, we see the ground split in two, and we see the gap ready to absorb an entire village. This happens at a certain time, but in the past it was once every, let's say, 1,000 years. But now we have every month, every year, everywhere, every week, such a disaster taking place everywhere in the world. So, is there a way to tackle all these problems having a robust mechanism in place? Can we? I'm just wondering. I have no exclamation mark or question mark. It's just a question, because every time we keep on organizing ourselves about that, and I believe that in the region of Central Macedonia we have been organizing our mechanism. I wouldn't say that we are perfect. I don't know if we are perfect, because I don't know the kind of dynamics the next natural phenomena will unleash. What is for certain is that we need good cooperation between all stakeholders. Civil protection, our people. And I see here we have Babis Teriadis, Maria Karamitru, who are the very soul of the civil protection mechanism. I see the volunteers down back in the venue. We try to strengthen them. We try to help them better organize themselves. They have great structure already. We try to give them additional equipment and gear. And we see that this is just one very important step in order to be prepared. The trust we have one to another is very important, because we know that at any given moment, some volunteers who have been supported by us, they are always ready to bring their generators, for instance. They use generators in order to pump out the waters. So we know that these generators we gave them will be used for good. So I can truly say that I see in them the dedication and the professionalism. So we have a safety net. Is it filled with holes? I don't know. We try to make it perform the best it can, depending on the natural phenomenon. Currently, we have tens minor and major projects, anti-flooding projects. We have in the central Macedonia region, we have 7 departments. So we believe that these projects will better shield our region. We have additional resources, the RRF, the Antonis Tritsis project. Okay, but behind the fence, we have to have the right mechanism in place in order to design and anticipate these phenomena that perhaps we can imagine for the coming 2 years. We hope that there will be no big surprise like the one we had in Thessaly or the wildfire in Evros, which we dealt in the way we dealt with it, and led to the current results. We have 40 counter-flooding projects and designs, and we have an updated master plan being elaborated, which calls for the collaboration of all stakeholders, so that the projects will be completed by 2030. That's the deadline. Also, the region signed a memorandum of understanding with the water company of Thessaloniki, and we continue working with all our stakeholders, as including the TIF, the Thessaloniki International Fair and Hellexpo, in order to make sure that the infrastructure we currently have now will be developed, because in the context of the development of the TIF venue, we will be able to upgrade other infrastructure, like the pipeline, the aqueduct Kyriakos said before. So, ladies and gentlemen, the mission of civil protection is not going to be easier in the future. It's something that will go on for the rest of our lives. We have huge challenges ahead. I don't like being grumpy all the time. I'm not this kind of people, but during the pandemics, we have been able to tackle dystopic challenges, and I think this is the right way to tackle the current ones as well. We have to be consistent with the things we say and the things we do. We have to be dedicated and committed to our objectives, and we have to support our fellow citizens. Ending, I'd like to say that on the one hand, we're getting burned. On the other hand, we're getting drowned. And this is just a small country on the map. But currently, we have regions that not only are able to resist, and they have to resist, they have to put up with that in order to be able to build this place from the ashes if needed to. Currently, we are standing still, and what we have to do is to have our ears open, support, and feel what these people are going through. On the one hand, they're paying their mortgage, and the other day they have to build their houses again. Thank you.
Thessaloniki for our next speaker, who's Vasilis Mosidis, who's the City Councillor for Civil Protection in the municipality of Thessaloniki. Vasilis, are you here? Yes, of course he is. A busy man, I imagine. Come along up.
Good morning. First of all, congratulations to the organizers, the chairman, to begin with, for this very interesting conference. I'm sure that after this day we will be wiser, and I hope that the works of this conference will convey all the knowledge that will be generated to people that have a political leadership in the country, since we also have Voula Patoulidou from the ministry. So we hope that the conclusions will improve omissions and errors of the past, and we hope that we will be useful for whatever happens in the country. I'd like to thank the Economist for the invitation. Civil protection and natural disasters. So I'm Vasilis Moisidis. I'm appointed as City Councillor for Civil Protection at the Municipality of Thessaloniki. And the reason why I'm here is that I represent Mr. Zervas, the mayor of the city. And of course, I'd like to greet you on his behalf. his manifest interest and concern on issues of great concern for everyone, but also for the increasing intensity and frequency of the natural events that affect our region, the whole country. As Mrs. Petulidou said, we are a small country, but the country has been greatly affected both by wildfires and also by this enormous disaster in Thessaly with this flood. But of course, the whole world is being affected, and you see that the whole planet currently is entering a rather curious situation due to this climate change, and we all must be ready to protect ourselves to ensure that civil protection operates in order to cope with such events. Before I move on to my presentation, I would like to express my solidarity to the municipality, to all the people that work in the municipality, and of course the citizens, because without them there wouldn't be much that we could be able to do for the people that suffer in the area of Thessaly. Since the 8th of September, we have been collecting humanitarian aid here at the municipality building 24 hours per day. We have already collected a significant volume of assets such as water, medicines, child care, personal hygiene products, etc. And all these, I don't know, maybe today or in the coming days, this will be transferred to the affected areas. So I'd like to invite all those who are interested and all those who have the capacity to contribute to this effort. Coming back to the topic, to the issue of this conference, I have some things that I'd like to share with you that are of great concern for me, for my colleagues, and all the people. So, civil protection. How many know the actual meaning of this term? What is civil protection and what does it do? Civil protection is the protection of people, of the environment, of the properties against all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. Civil protection is the type of protection that deploys equipment and people to cope with natural disasters, and also consists of planning and getting prepared for such events. In other words, civil protection includes preventive measures to mitigate the risks and the effects, and also some contingency consequences, and of course provide help and assistance to the people that are in need due to these natural or man-made disasters. But what is a disaster? Disaster is the severe disruption of the human society that causes extensive environmental and other losses that exceed the capacity of the society to cope with it with its own resources. And what is the risk? Risk is a potentially disastrous situation, event, or activity that can cause losses, human losses, or injuries, or damages to properties, both social disruption, environmental degradation. So what Thessaly goes through at present is exactly what I describe. But of course, apart from Thessaly, there's also Evros, and last year there was Evia and Peloponnese and the region of Attica. So if we try to explore the reference field, we should also refer to climate change. Climate change is a complex of activities that can be described as follows. Human activity affects the Earth's climate gradually because it adds huge quantities of greenhouse emissions to those that exist. So these greenhouse gases come from the combustion of fossil fuel, but also some other man activities such as deforestation, agriculture, and the production of chemical substances. The CO2 is the main greenhouse gas that is produced by the man-made activities. So these cases intensify this phenomenon in Greece, and as a result of this, the temperature increases radically, especially that's happening in the last 30 to 40 years. And this, of course, brings about radical changes, because even a 0.5 increase in the temperature, which, of course, may be even larger in the coming years, could have very significant changes and effects. So you can understand, of course, how complex and how multifaceted the activities of civil protection are, both in terms of regions and central state. Actions that must consist of anticipation, foresight, organization, prevention, implementation, evaluation, assessment, and, of course, updating. So the drafting of contingency plans and the ongoing updating, the staffing of the services, the procurement of equipment, the training of the employees, which is also very important, and the training of the volunteers and all those who are involved, the continuous alertness, and, of course, the safeguard against natural disasters. As Mrs. Voula Patoulidou said, and Mr. Pozrikidis said, we need projects that are very urgent, because Thessaloniki doesn't have sufficient infrastructure to cover its existing population. This is what I said also when we took over the leadership, and, of course, recording the history of each region, taking into account the frequency of the events, the morphology, the specificities of each region as they are shaped in each period is very important. The human factor, his interventions are main and significant factors in the effort that we make in order to get prepared and well organized. So climate change, of course, in the last year plays a very important role, and its effects in terms of the frequency of the results makes the work of the anticipation and the response to such events very complex. The development of contingency plan with Voreas, Dardanos, Ionas, Agelados, which are part of the Xenocrates, and of course they're updating, constitute a very useful tool for everyone. However, given the current conditions that I have already mentioned, we need a holistic planning and, of course, involvement of everyone. The municipality of Thessaloniki, thanks to the establishment of the Civil Protection Department and the updating of the contingency plan, and of course through actions taken by employees and through information actions, tries to cope with these special conditions that I mentioned, focusing on the action and the foresight and the response to all the events. I am afraid I have to conclude. So once again, I'd like to focus to underline the need for staffing, and this of course relies on the central state and not only the regional government. The central state, that is the government, must lay attention on civil protection, staffing these services, the departments, with competent people, with highly qualified people, and thank you for your attention.
Well, from one busy man to another extremely busy man, I imagine I'd like to welcome up onto the stage to give us our keynote speech the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport here in Greece, Christos Staikouras. Please come up and join us. Pleasure to meet you.
As an introduction, I'd like to congratulate The Economist for the quick reflexes when it comes to choosing the topics of the conferences, and of course for giving the good response to such topics. So I really appreciate the timeless contribution of The Economist, and I thought it was very useful to come to Thessaloniki, but of course I have to leave right after in order to go to the European Parliament, which is very closely related to what we're discussing today. So, ladies and gentlemen, our country has gone through many difficulties in the past few weeks. A wide number of natural disasters have led to human losses, tragic losses, and has brought about an environmental, social, financial, and production effect. These natural disasters are the outcome of a reality that we need to accept before everything, and of course to cope with a good planning, with determination, with empathy. We all agree that these are the main conclusions, the main assumptions that characterize this reality. First of all, there are many threats that concern the whole planet. Countries like Turkey, Bulgaria, Spain, Italy, Slovenia, Libya, Austria, Canada, South Korea, Mexico are ravaged by very serious natural disasters. According to scientists, towards the end of the century, the hot summers that we experience will be the fresh ones by then. According to other scientists, the mean temperature has increased by 1.2 degrees compared to the pre-industrial era, and as a result, there is a generalized climate instability that affects many countries in the world, and that is manifested with these extreme weather events. Among these, there is also the Mediterranean, the climate hotspot, according to the United Nations. Another assumption is that the acute weather events alternate and their frequency increases. There are very hot temperatures, very high temperatures, with many wildfires that are accompanied by floodings. And of course, the frequency of these natural disasters is getting more and more high. So there are more and more natural disasters. 3 years we had Ianos that flooded 45,000 strema. With the Daniel storm, we have over 700,000 strema that were flooded. So in the past week, Greece had to cope with this new reality. and of course in a much higher intensity and frequency compared to the past. In more specifically, Thessaly and other parts of the Greece, of course, the effects were very important consequences in terms of human loss, animal loss, production loss, property loss. And of course, these have not yet been recorded. So there are many extensive losses and effects. The road transport, for example, has suffered a lot of damage, both the national transport network, and the regional and countryside roads. There are landslides of the carriage. There is a full destruction in some cases of the road carriage that was a result of the high volume of rainfall and the big speed of the wastewater. Also, there are landslides and destruction of the trenches and the slopes, which of course resulted in the destruction of the road carriage. Secondly, we have a wide number of bridges across the national and regional road network that has suffered important damages or have been thoroughly distracted. Also, there are a lot of damages caused to irrigation systems and to anti-flooding projects and works of the affected areas. The rail network has also been damaged greatly. There are also damages to different infrastructure of the road network, infrastructure, superstructure, foundation, junctions, equipment, of signing equipment, telemanagement systems have been damaged, and also public infrastructure and buildings have been damaged. And it was found, it is being found now how many of these buildings have been damaged through autopsies that are being carried out by groups of people that are delegated by the ministries. We also have a special service that is carrying out autopsies and inspections in schools and other buildings. So both the reality that I spoke to in the first part and the negative effects that I spoke to in the second part create new data. Based on this data, we need to respond quickly on three axes. The first axis is the direct recovery of the infrastructure and the damages through the implementation of targeted local interventions and the adoption of contingency measures that will restore accessibility. In this direction, through the revision of the Recovery Resilience Plan, we will include short-term projects of 500 to 600 million euros. These will be mostly road and rail work network projects, and of course the restoration of bridges. In the same direction, we will vote in a few hours from now a provision that was deposited last night, which will allow the competent ministry to undertake the planning, the award and the execution of contingency restoration plan in the areas that were affected by a natural disaster. This mechanism is based on the two things. First of all, the possibility to undertake it, to award, to execute, and to monitor the implementation of contingency measures that do not fall under the competence of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport. In this way, the central state will assist immediately essential problems that the citizens of the affected areas face. And on the other hand, it will accelerate all the actions that are related to the recovery of these areas. And of course, the adoption of all these measures by the ministry will be done based on a proposal based on an act of the Ministry Council for the projects that need to be implemented. Apart from the direct recovery related to accessibility, we need to implement other projects, even if it takes, if we need to radically design a high resiliency projects. Build back better, as the European Bank says, in order to mitigate, to the extent possible, future risks. To this direction, we will need the assistance of competent scientists from the academic community, from the institutional community, and of course public administration, in order to implement infrastructure projects, and which include inter alia anti-flood projects. But of course, we will also need the effective monitoring of all the studies and projects throughout their completion. And of course, we will need additional financing. Of course, we will need more funds compared to the past. Also, through the utilization of eligible funding a mechanism of the European Union, and of course, national resources as well. The third axis now, because I spoke to you, of course, of the projects that need to be executed immediately. But of course, there is another axis. There is another thing that we need to do in this country, and I had the opportunity to discuss this last week before these natural disasters occur. This is about the maintenance of the existing projects in order to reinforce their security. For example, the existing bridges. Bridges are a main part of the infrastructure of the country, even though they account for only 2 to 3% of the total length of the road transport. They account for 30% of the total budget required for the road infrastructure. So the competent ministry has already planned and has designed a database in order to evaluate the existing bridges and has already drafted a regulation for the monitoring of the bridges. So in the very shortly, there will be a ministerial decision that will be issued for the constitution of the Authority for Bridges, which will monitor the implementation and the adherence to all the regulations for all bridges with an opening of 6 meters. After the issuance of this ministerial decision, we will start implementing the regulation immediately in order to make periodic inspections and evaluate the current situation. At the same time, with the implementation of the registry of bridges, after the completion of the procedures related to this, we will identify, we will record all these bridges. To conclude, ladies and gentlemen, so based on these 3 axes, we need to have a plan or determination to respond immediately in order to restore and help the population that suffered from all these natural disasters effectively and quickly. And we want to reinforce the security of the society. And of course, we want to pave the way of prosperity and solidarity, especially now that the economy allows it, as it is based on, founded on solid foundations.
Thank you very much, Minister. I know you're extremely busy and you need to move on. So I'm very pleased that you were able to give us such a comprehensive presentation, because there was an awful lot in there. I was writing down my questions that I was intending to ask the Minister as he was speaking, and each question he answered in his presentation, so perhaps it's just as well he doesn't have time for any questions, because he'd already answered most of them. Excellent. Well, we can move straight on in that case, and we're going to have our first panel. Both of our participants in this panel are joining us remotely, and they are Kostas Sinolakis, who is the president of Athens College, a professor at Viterbi School of Engineering at the University of Southern California, and Raimund Schwarzer, who is the professor at the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, head of the research group Climate Change and Extreme Events, and a board member of Germany's Commission for Disaster Risk Reduction. So we're going to be talking about getting a bit more gritty with the real impact of climate change and natural disasters and what we need to do about them. So I'm going to, without further ado, I'm going to hand straight over to Mr. Sinolakis. Mr. Sinolakis, would you like to give us some introductory words around this theme?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. It is a very timely summit. As we are talking here, this huge disaster is unfolding in Thessaly, probably about 150 to 200 kilometers from where you are. This is a huge flood from Storm Daniel. Some have estimated it to be the 300-year event. I will talk a little bit more about this later, but as a way of introduction, I chair the Greek National Science Committee on Climate Change, and part of our work has been to prepare the Greek climate law and the European climate law. One of the things, we started working and we did the Greek climate law 2 years ago, and even as far back as 2 years ago, we could not anticipate the events that we saw this summer. Coming back to Greece, and what we saw extreme fires. The fire in Rhodos became quite well known because we managed to evacuate about anywhere between 20 or 30,000 people, and there were no deaths. Contrast that to the fire in Maui, in Hawaii, where there was no warning, no evacuation orders, and unfortunately, 115 people died and 300 people are still missing. So we moved from Rhodes, that was this fire that took about almost 10 days to put out, to the other mega fire in northern Greece, in Evros, where unfortunately over 15 people died. They were people that had crossed the border, probably illegally. They didn't know very well. Maybe they were not aware of that there were evacuation orders, but nonetheless, it is a national tragedy that so many people died, and then we moved to Thessaly. So I don't think in Greece or anywhere in Europe we will forget this summer of these extreme events. And I think if there was any person that had any doubts that climate change, that we are actually seeing the effects of climate change, some of the impacts of climate change earlier than we had anticipated, I don't think there's anyone who can doubt that. I have to say here as a scientist that it's very difficult to associate any particular event with climate change, but there's no question that the severity of the events has increased. For example, we know that in the summer the temperature and the water temperature in Greece, increased to record levels. This produced more moisture. So this is probably what caused the extreme rainfall, which broke all records in Greece, and for some people say some of the European records. Probably just to compare it with the rainfall associated with hurricanes that I know very well from my work in the United States, the impact in Thessaly was very much like the impact of the rainfall associated with extreme hurricanes that we see in the southern part of the United States. I want to make one comment about the first item that we're going to talk about, the blurring the lines between anthropogenic and natural disasters. And I will use as an example again the flood in Thessaly. Floodplains are what they are. They're very fertile because rivers flood, and over thousands of years, rivers have had their way to just meander. Meandering is also a Greek word, and change their course, flood, carve their way, inside a floodplain, deposit sediment, which makes the plain very fertile. What makes a disaster? The disaster is made when you try to actually limit the course of a river. You try to put a straight jacket on it and make it straighten it and define its course. And the reason is that, obviously, when you start building cities, you do not want the rivers to start, flooding the cities. And it is quite clear that the people that, built on floodplains, they were probably not aware of exactly of these natural processes. Now, what we have, and this started in Greece in the 50s, great part of the areas that were flooded now were basically swamps. And the swamps were drained, one, to create agricultural land. This was in the rebuilding of Greece right after the Second World War and the Civil War, and then to control malaria. I've spoken in the last week with engineers, surviving engineers from the time who worked on these works, and they tell me that the orders from were basically proceed as quickly as you can. We need to drain the swamps. There were no plans. They didn't have any measurements, data. So we create, in a way, we made the problem of the flooding, much worse. Had there been swamps there, the extent of the flooding would not have been any worse. But at least we wouldn't have had people and living there. So the interaction, it's people who take a natural, the contribution that we make when we do not plan our public works carefully, when we put in our cities, without considering that, what thousands or tens of thousands of years of natural processes, and we just think that just because we have technological tools and we can build cities, that the cities will be safe forever. Obviously, this was a grand fallacy, and Greece is paying for it right now. And unfortunately, there is no quick end in sight. There is a lot of misery in the people in Thessaly because a lot of people are homeless, a lot of people are away from their homes. Given the way that the Greek system worked, there are no hydrographs, which means that there is no knowledge of how quickly the floodplain will drain. So to add to the persons, to all the people's their who's, there is the uncertainty of how quickly they will be able to return back to their homes. This is something that needs to change moving forward. I think it's extremely important that we try to plan ahead and particularly understand how the anthropogenic component. We know that the climate crisis we're in now is primarily anthropogenic. The next step is understanding how our interventions make this, the impacts of the climate crisis much worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kostas. I think there's it's very interesting what you talk about. There's an important distinction between how much we have to stop doing what we've been doing if we want to stop our impact on the climate and on natural disasters, and how much we can carry on doing what we have been doing as long as we do it a little differently. And I'd love to explore that, you know, what scope there is for human technology and human invention to allow us to continue doing the things that we've been doing that previously have had a negative effect, and to remove the negative effect from them. But we can move on to that. First of all, let me hand over to Raimund Schwarzer in Germany. Professor Schwarzer, would you like to lead us off with your thoughts, please? You're muted at the moment. I'm not sure if it's you or us.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting the DKKV, the German Committee for Disaster Reduction, to this conference. And I will, in my input, address the agenda of this session following what Kostas has said already. I may want to mention that I'm also a member of the European Science and Technology Advisory Group of UNDRR. And UNDRR has a campaign on no natural disasters, telling us that disasters are disasters mostly due to the vulnerability of our societies. The paradigmatic examples, one that is not influenced by climate change, is New Zealand compared to Haiti, which both had an earthquake in 2010 of similar magnitude. New Zealand at 7.8 Mac on the Richter scale with a very low damage and only 2 fatalities. Haiti less than 7 Mac with a huge disaster, 220,000 fatalities, and the island has not recovered by now. The lesson to learn is we are not victims of hazards. We are not helpless when facing hazards. We can and we must manage our risks responsibly. On the other hand, as Kostas pointed out correctly, hazards are increasing in frequency and magnitude with climate change. And there's good physics behind this, and no doubt among scientists after more than 30 years of IPCC. The share of loss to be attributed to climate change may be relatively low still, generally less than 20% in the attribution studies of the World Weather Attribution Movement and the WMO. But be assured, this share will be increasing in the coming decades, and this share is definitely man-made. I wholeheartedly agree to what Kostas said. The second issue of today will be urbanization and demographic changes, how they are engaged to management of natural hazards. We have to start to accept that global societies are getting older, and we may be happy about this. At the same time, we are getting more vulnerable. We have to expect increasing numbers of elderly dying, not only in heat wave, where it is expected, but also in floods, wildfires, or any other hour risks. In the German R flood 2 years ago, we had 190 fatalities, the largest number of fatalities since 60 years. 140, so 70% plus, were aged 60 and above. Urbanization is reinforcing this trend which may not come as a surprise to many of you. I take up the example of wildfires. In the wildfires of 2017 on the Iberian Peninsula, so Portugal and Spain, we had 41 people died in total. Most were firefighters killed in action. Let us compare this with the example of Hawaii in this year. 115 people died, as Kostas pointed out, most of them elderly, not only because the population on average is older in Hawaii than in Portugal or Spain, but the wildfire-urban interface is much larger in Hawaii than it is in the Iberian Peninsula. We observe people are heavily moving into areas where they're much more exposed to hazard and climate change, say coastal regions. Therefore, urbanization and demographic change combinedly will increase our expected losses of hazards. How is disaster reduction connected to sustainable growth? I will give you a very personal opinion if you allow. Let me first remind you all on our shared global goals, which are to ensure long-term prospects of sustainable development, peace and security, human rights, and well-being for all. This is how UNDP defines resilience as a goal. It further defines it as ability to anticipate, prevent, resist, absorb, adapt, respond, and recover effectively and efficiently when faced with a wide range of risks. In my view, only the elements of prevention and to some extent adaptation in these definitions are going to be beyond bouncing back from disasters, which is a very narrow understanding of resilience still prevailing in many of our disciplines. Resilience, in my very personal view, is a necessary but not a sufficient criterion in order to reach the long-term goals of sustainability and our shared vision for a peaceful globe. The significance of international cooperation, our fourth agenda point, is fairly clear. Simply put, faced with global challenges, the answer has to be global as well. We have the global frameworks in place, in fact, for climate, for disaster risk reduction, and for sustainable development. We only have to make sure that our governments stick to the agreed upon goals. The midterm review of the Sendai framework demonstrates that the European governments are lagging behind. Many regions of the world, for example, Asia and Caribbean, are in front of us in the implementation of the Sendai goals. So we need to pressure our governments on this, but we also have to work practically on a day-to-day basis for these goals bottom up on the local and regional scale. The UN campaign Make Cities Resilient is a good framework to do this. I may want to mention that I'm personally involved in a regular exchange, which we call a Stammtisch in Germany, so a regular meeting point for the national platforms in France and Germany since many years, in fact decades. Very small example, but we started now to invite our Austrian disaster competence network to join us on our Stammtisch to become a little bigger, and we are happy if any other European platform would like to join our exchange and enrich our Stammtisch. So let me come back to the main point of this session and also in closing on this. We as economists can estimate the direct cost of single disasters quite precisely. However, we are still not able to reliably estimate all other indirect and intangible costs. The social cost of social cost of disasters cannot be measured easily. But we know from best practice studies that they are at least equally important as direct economic cost. Again, let me pick up on the example that Kostas has brought up, wildfires. Wildfires typically directly destroy hectares of forest, but is it the loss of cubic meters of wood that are the real cost? Take the examples of this year. In Hawaii, 2,700 houses were completely destroyed by the blaze that razed the island. The economic loss amounted to over $6 billion. The wood loss is almost zero, but clearly negligible in this case. in the cases of the Greek fires of this year, Corfu and Rhodes, in excess of 20,000 people had to be evacuated and whole communities were destroyed. The latter caused many social costs for health, psychology, and general well-being, and definitely indirect costs for economic activities, for example, tourism. In fires less connected to human activities, as in Siberia, you will not see this predominance of social cost, but definitely in our area. The risk of wildfires in our area is simply larger because the interface between humans, human settlement, and economic activity is increasing. So I'm therefore closing with the campaign message of UNDRR. There is no such thing as a natural disaster. We must own our risks and we must manage them responsibly because we can control our vulnerability as societies. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Raimund.
I wish to say I will attend the conference in the afternoon to respond. It's probably a little too much to go through the whole agenda.
Okay. I do have a few questions for both of you, some issues I'd like to delve into a little more deeply. But I always do this at these conferences, and normally in vain. If you have questions, if you have anything among our delegates that you would like to put to our speakers and our panelists, please do feel free. So I don't know if we have a roving mic, but if we don't, I can hear you, and you can, and I can put your questions on your behalf. So if you do have questions, please speak up. Don't be shy. So the first thing I mean, there's so much that both of you have covered there, so many issues that you've brought out. I think the first one I'd like to look at is that this, we see it very much in evidence in pretty much every natural disaster. I mean, what's been happening here in Greece, we're looking at it as a Greek phenomenon. We have the Greek minister who's talked about his response at the national level. We've had city officials who've talked about the response at the regional level. But of course, climate change and the disasters that occur under its influence have no awareness of who's in charge or even where the borders are. This storm has moved on now, and now it's in Libya. It affected Turkey, it affected Bulgaria. It's a single weather system, it's a single event in some ways, but its human impact has manifested in different jurisdictions in different ways. And my question really is about how we find the correct balance between where people should approach these things on a national basis and where they need to be addressed on a global basis or a multilateral basis. Raimund, you talked a bit about the European response and the efforts to coordinate and collaborate in response, but perhaps you'd like to go a bit more deeply into that, both of you. Kostas, over to you first. Your thoughts on how we find this balance, what the appropriate fora are for international cooperation, and whether we need more of them.
I'm more of a globalist. I think what we saw in this disaster with Daniel and the incredible catastrophe in Libya by the time it's all said and done, I fear that it will be more than 10,000 people who died. Part of it has been, of course, the collapse of infrastructure, of dams, but of course, as it's quite clear, there was no warning. I'm a huge advocate of warnings. I've been advocating since 2004 in the Indian Ocean tsunami. I've written about why there was no warning, and now we do have, a global system. Germany has helped out that, has tsunami warnings, around the world, and that is an incredibly good model. I mean, of course, we have the World Meteorological Organization, but there should be, one way, a way that just like, seismic networks, networks of tsunami networks. That's another kind of flood. There is international collaboration, and immediately after an event happens, people, local agencies get notified. I wonder what would have happened in Libya, for example, had there been a notice from Europe or from Greece, saying that this is an intense storm, arrival time expected in Libya, around that time. This is how much rainfall, is expected, and this is the results that we have already seen the results in Greece. It's not as if they had not, the flooding in Greece was not there. It was flooding in Greece was evolving for several days and with unprecedented flooding. So it is amazing that, Libya got no warning. If it did, it didn't disseminate it, but this is exactly the situation that we should try to avoid in the future. We are going into an era that is, in uncharted waters with climate change. We really do not know what is going to be the severity of the next, weather front. We do know that next year is likely going to be an El Niño year, which means that the global average temperatures are going to be higher. More importantly, the average global water temperature is going to be higher, which means we are going to have more severe storms. Everything else being equal, we need to act, fairly quickly. And again, I think Raymond comment more about the global forum, but I will end by the same thing I started in the beginning. I'm a huge advocate of globalization here, because not everyone has the capabilities of actually having early warning. Plus, even in European countries, just like in Greece, Greece doesn't have hydrographs. Hydrographs are essentially, ways to predict. If you have a rainfall, you can predict quantitatively. In how many hours the water level is going to climb, at what level, and then you can predict how quickly it's going to go down. This technology is very old technology. It's been around for 100 years. For many reasons that we'll have to see, Greece hasn't been using it. I doubt it that it's been used in many other countries. It's routine in the United States, and I'm sure in Germany. So there is a lot to be learned through international collaboration, and I think this is the way to go.
Okay, just before I hand over to Raymond, I just wanted to press you a little on the point you raised. You're a huge fan of globalization in this context. That's understood. You have some very specific recommendations that you mentioned there. More broadly, as a fan, are we moving in that direction or are we not? What is getting in the way of globalizing this issue?
I think the introversion by many countries and many governments, many agencies, I see it in Greece, and I've seen it also in the United States, with time, they think they know everything and they do not learn from, disasters or the experience from other countries. What happened in Maui, in Lahaina, and I'll make a very quick comment. Raymond was absolutely correct. The community of Lahaina, of 10,000 people, will never recover. It was razed to the ground. But this was almost a carbon copy catastrophe from Mati, which was a huge wildfire in Greece in 2018, where 105 people died. Almost, the geographical location. My winds, Diablo winds means very strong winds descending from the mountains. The fire spreading from its start to the sea in 2 hours. People evacuating from the sea, and yet in Hawaii, one of the most sophisticated places in the world in terms of warnings for tsunamis and volcanoes, there was no warning for fires. Why? Introversion. People, even in the United States and in Hawaii, believing that, they know everything and not really exploiting the international experience in a phenomenon that they had very little experience on, which is a very fast-moving wildfire.
Right, thank you very much. I mean, this interaction between the sensitivities of national sovereignty and the requirements of what is basically a global phenomenon that has no consciousness or awareness or respect for nationality is one of the key driving issues, I think, here. And I suspect that if we have this conference again in 5 years, this will continue to be a salient issue and one that we can't give a definitive answer to. Raimund, let me pass back to you. I mean, you did go into some detail about the international fora that you're involved in. So without reprising that discussion, can you give us perhaps some more general thoughts on a more global basis about the direction we're going in terms of creating the institutions that we need to respond globally to this global issue?
Yes, I like, but I should say I am an advocate of a little different perspective, that is the local perspective. I'm a fan of bottom-up approaches, and if you want, I'm also a Stammtisch friend. So I like if things at the global level grow out of initiatives at a inferior, not inferior in terms of less probable and effective, but at least sustained and coherent efforts. I give you an example of Germany, where we have already within our federal country to solve the problem of creating a coherent approach at the local level compared to the national efforts. We have now a climate change adaptation law since 6 weeks or so, which stipulates, supported definitely by public money, municipalities, in fact 14,000 municipalities in our countries, to create a climate risk analysis for their localities and develop adaptation plans for them. I think this is a very meaningful and effective approach to achieve consistency between far-reaching national goals and efforts really done on the ground on a sustained and coherent basis. Let me just also express my view to the global initiative. I do support them definitely. I was clear, hopefully, in my introduction to the issues here. But let me look at the example of the early warning system that Kostas mentioned and the Secretary General of UN demanded for each and any municipality in the world as a new initiative of UN. We have practically early warning systems in our country and also municipalities at work since decades. But take the example of the Ahrtal floods last year. As I say, the most serious event in terms of fatalities that we had in 60 years. It was not the early warning system that failed, but the local and regional entities didn't respond fast enough because they were in disbelief that a flood of 7 meters above normal would really be happening, though they had these warnings of European and national institutions. They waited, so to speak, too long, and that demonstrates it's not a technological solution, it's an awareness exercise that needs to be done at all levels, and I strongly believe that the local levels is the one where it's the most sustainable, and ultimately, if it's achieved at the local level, to have risk awareness, that will develop through a bottom-up process, not necessarily a Stammtisch, but a process of communicating from local to global to have this efficient and effective implementation. From the global level, we mostly see far-reaching goals, but the implementation issue is where it is bottlenecked.
It is very good, very good. I mean, Raymond, I don't disagree at all. It is what we call in the tsunami business the last mile. The last is getting to the people and getting it implemented. I totally agree with you. My remarks were more, towards issuing warnings and having countries actually collaborating on sharing weather information and extreme event information. But at the local level, you're absolutely correct. There is no substitute there's no substitute.
We are not indifferent, Kostas, definitely not.
Yeah.
That's a fascinating little insight there into this discussion, where bottom-up and top-down approaches hopefully meet somewhere in the middle. And of course, both are absolutely necessary. I'm looking around the room to see if there are any eager people leaning forward, dying to ask a question. I can't see any so far. If you do have questions, please do feel free. I mean it. So we are happy to take those questions and put them to our panelists. In the meantime, we do have a question from somebody I can't see. This gentleman. Hi. We're just bringing you a mic. If you just tell us who you are and then give us your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Kobi Wimsberg. I'm from the Israeli National Emergency Management Authority. Visited in the R Valley that you mentioned. Exactly the same attitude, which actually bridges between people's perception about the risk and the analysis of the real implication of the risks. This is a huge gap in the new world. I agree with you. And the question how we are reaching the gap between what we know as scientists, as emergency management, to the public that either is indifferent or unknowledgeable. This is a main challenge that I would like to ask both of you. From where you are, how do you think we can reach the gap in the future? Thank you.
That's a great question. Kostas, would you like to step up first?
It is indeed a great question. And first of all, there is always a very narrow window of time after a disaster that people and the politicians are listening. And this is, in my experience, a few months, at the most, 6 months. Obviously, there has been a huge disaster right now in the Eastern Mediterranean, so it is an opportunity to raise awareness. One of the problems that we have worldwide is the fact that people do not, if you go in, ancestral knowledge is lost. What's ancestral knowledge? If you go to some remote islands in the Pacific and in the Indian Ocean, when they don't have really, or they used to have until recently, as much communication with the outside world, knowledge was still transferred from the older generations to the younger generations. And, the older people knew about disasters that had stricken their areas. What we find in the new world, in our societies, is that people don't know. Once I went around about 20 years ago trying to find eyewitnesses from a tsunami that struck Greece in 1956. Fairly high, it was in the summer, but a big impact. But at the time in 1956, early in the morning, there were no people in the beaches, so there were no deaths. I was totally surprised that young people, I would find, the older people, and they would tell me, and the young people would go around and say, "Grandpa, there was such an event here in our island." They didn't know, they had never bothered, the older people had never bothered to pass on this information. So we have this very unusual, very usual in Western society situation where ancestral knowledge about hazards is not passed on. One of the comments that you hear all the time, in hazards is, we heard it in Rhodos, we heard it in Thessaly, we hear it in Evros, oh, this has never happened before. I've lived here all my life and it has never happened before. Yeah, exactly. And these are the events that we need to prepare for. So we need to overcome this, and this is not easy. We need to have better education in schools about natural hazards and about the simple steps that people can take to protect themselves. And it's a long way ahead because people generally, and I go through schools, I give lectures on natural hazards, anywhere from fires, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, and it's amazing to me how little information people have, and if you don't build it, early on, then it's much harder later on to make them aware and make them responsible citizens and understand, how to make the right decisions, not just to evacuate in the time of crisis, but also to support, causes and to support initiatives that will build resilience in their communities.
Thanks, Kostas. So education is certainly part of the answer, Raimund. Where else should we be looking for routes for closing out this gap between scientific understanding of the situation we're in and popular appreciation of it?
Yeah, I think we do need some good new instruments. The good old ones are not working with changing risks, but still I would insist it's useful to have the flood marks and the stories of historic disasters because they are not often embedded into our main existing tool, which are stipulated risk maps. And we know people are having difficulties to read risk maps. So that's why we started to create new tools. They are hopefully good, but at least we tried it in Bavaria to an extent that I can say they are effective. We have simulations now of different risks. In that case, it was surface flow and landslides in 3D models where we simulated it in their area in addition to the risk maps. And we can essentially see how vulnerable our existing infrastructure to protect against heavy rain and landslides are in Germany through this 3D modeling of villages, in fact. And we went to the villages. As I said, I'm a strong believer that we need to go to the local level to improve the perception of risk and the awareness. So I would agree, in addition to educational purposes that we are having, we need to move beyond risk map as a main tool to communicate risk at the local level. Over.
Thank you. I mean, sadly, it may be that events like the one that Greece has lived through recently and Libya is going through at the moment are a sad but useful tool of communication. They bring home the message to people that these risks are real, not imagined. But it does strike me, and I will invite you both to respond on this, that there is a much more profound political issue here that perhaps we're not addressing, which is that the debate, the debate about anthropogenic climate change is not yet won. One would have thought 5-10 years ago that it was, but clearly it isn't. There is a response, a reaction in some parts of the political spectrum at very, very, very senior levels in politics that are pushing back against the argument, that are saying it's all a socialist left-wing attempt to get control of people's lives. So clearly there's a political battle here to be fought. I don't know what the situation is here in Greece, but in my country, it's very evident that this is a chink in politics that some populists in particular are driving through, and they're receiving quite a lot of response from the public. So just briefly, both of you, what are your thoughts on addressing that political question at the top level? To you first, Kostas.
We have to keep, educating. One of the venues is and I do it quite a bit. Write editorial pieces in the leading government newspapers, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. The situation in Greece, it's quite similar in the United States. The ultra-right and the ultra-left are complete climate change deniers. Very few, and it's not just a question of the political divide. I really seriously doubt that most politicians comprehend the reality of climate change and of the climate crisis, and that in fact, the climate Armageddon that we're leading to, if we go on with business as usual. I was personally disappointed in some ways with the reaction of Europe, with the natural gas crisis and turning back coal plants and or at least giving them a lease of life, or not. Yes, it would have been much harder for European citizens to warm themselves in the winter, but we have to get used to a new reality. And talking to different politicians, I see entirely different levels of commitment. So while in Greece the situation is, as I said, the mainstream parties are all generally believe in climate change, and they believe that we need to adapt to it. There is stark differences about the measures and how quickly we should adapt to it. Most politicians, pay lip service to it, something that, you can live, out in the future, and this is totally the wrong attitude. We have to take measures now. In the United States, of course, it's an entirely different story. A great part of the Republican Party are climate change deniers, and so was ex-President Donald Trump. And this is, it's a good thing that in the United States, individual states have a lot of control of their environmental processes, so the central government cannot really, totally screw up the entire country if you get a president who does not believe in climate change.
Great, thank you. That's actually quite reassuring. Kostas, so thanks very much for that. Raimond, your thoughts on this?
Just in one sentence, address yourself to non-catastrophic but pragmatic reasoning is my answer to your question. We didn't use climate simulation in our local models in Bavaria at the village level, but we surcharged the scenarios on beyond the 100 years protection levels, which is fully covering all villages in Germany. So infrastructure is built towards achieving the 100 years protection level to avoid return periods, events beyond 100 years. So, but just charging the existing infrastructure with 15% of additional exposure of risk and demonstrate how it affects their houses, their churches, their schools, is just a pragmatic reason to say, if anything becomes more serious, shouldn't we do now at the moment a 10 or 15% higher effort, which will be very costly if we would have to do it in 10 or 20 years and rather do now, is a pragmatic reason that really helped to convince the mayors. And that's essentially what we need.
Okay,
Over.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. That's all sorted out then. Good to know. I'm just going to ask one final question. We have a bit of time, but not all day. I'm a little hesitant to ask this question because you will be tempted, I suspect, to wax lyrical. So I appeal to both of you to summarize your answers in as few words as possible. I apologize because that's not going to be easy to do. So the question is this. One of the reasons why we are where we are is because of the way as a race, we've chosen to live our lives. The central role that consumption plays in the way we all live in our societies. What should we do about that? Should we carry on consuming but just do it more safely, or do we need to consume less, to put it very simply? Let me stay with you first, Raimund. What's your response?
Yeah, you may have noticed that I avoided the connection to sustainable growth in your second item. I just talked about sustainable development to avoid exactly the question. I think as a population, a global population of 9 billion and still growing, we cannot sustain the way we consume today in the long term, except for drawing on resources of the future. We overuse our planet's resources already in August, if I look at the monthly periods of the year. So from August on, and that's where we are in September, we start now to draw on resources that the Earth doesn't provide to us, but only tapping on resources of the future. So I think we cannot continue to develop our consumption levels as we did. We need to focus more on development and other ways of living, and that may even be richer to some extent. Looking at disasters, I think we are having some essential feeling that there is something beyond consumption that is relevant, that it means solidarity among people, and that's what you always see as immediate response to disasters, not just locally, but people coming from all over Germany to help out in the Ahr Valley convinces me there is some deeper sense of better living through helping others than consuming on your own preferences. So I have no difficulty to sign up to the call for reducing consumption to achieve as a better life. In fact, this goes back to a very old Greek tradition, as you know. So this Stoic tradition has already some has been calling us to reduce our greed towards material purposes or means of happiness, rather than substituting to something that is beyond the material gear that we often see in the development of consumption paths globally currently. But this, I say, is a very philosophical question. That's why I probably better hand over to Kostas as the Greek here on the panel.
Well, I have to say, having wandered around the streets of Thessaloniki recently, seeing how busy they are, all the restaurants and all the shops, I'm not sure I see much stoicism at the moment in Greece. Kostas, over to you.
Thank you. It has been almost 50 years since a landmark book called The Limits of Growth. This was by an Italian think tank called the Club of Rome. And it was the first time that it was a group of MIT faculty that they did some very simple modeling, and they found that there is such thing as planetary limits. And in fact, in a very in an amazingly sort of inspirational way, they said that within a generation, probably within about 50 years, we're going to come, we'll get close to these planetary limits. Well, I don't know if we're there, but we're extremely close. I'm a huge fan of the 3 R's, which is part of my generation when I went to school, which is reuse, recycle, reduce. Reuse, recycle, reduce. Obviously, your question had to do with reduce. I mean, there is no question that our consumption patterns are unsustainable. I mean, we cannot keep on, producing and, very, very simple things. Buy an IKEA product. You're going to find a pack about this thick of paper, in different, in about 20, 25 different languages. The manual for a single cabinet is about this thick because it has to be in all these languages, not to mention, the packaging and all this. Can we sustain that? It's not, can we sustain, our consumption model? Of course we cannot. A big part of climate change, and we know that, is food waste, which is unfortunately a huge problem in Western countries. I think this is something that we need to, carefully re-examine because it is something that, sooner or later we have to address, and the sooner we do it, the easier it's going to be, on the planet and on us.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to both of our panelists. That's been a wonderful introduction to some of the themes that are going to occupy us for most of the rest of the day. Thank you both. Okay, well, we're going to move straight on to our next panel. And this one really is looking at how best to protect our populations against natural disaster and how we should share our experiences to improve our response. This time we are joined physically in person by our panel. So I would like to invite them to step up and join me here on the stage. First we have Patricia Gaspar, who is the State Secretary for Civil Protection of Portugal. I should know the Portuguese for welcome. Bienvenido is...
Bem-vindo.
Bem-vindo, bem-vindo. There we go. Hans Daas, Director for Emergency Management and Rescue, the European Commission, who is actually on screen with us on this occasion. Romain Royet, who is the Deputy Director General of Civil Protection and Crisis Management for France. Bienvenue.
Thank you.
Michalis Katrinis, who is a parliamentary representative of PASOK Kinima Alagis. Welcome. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
And I'm very fortunate to be co-chairing on this occasion with George Boustras, who is the Special Advisor to the President of the Republic of Cyprus in Civil Protection and Crisis Management and a Professor in Risk Assessment at the School of Sciences at the European University of Cyprus. So we have a really, really great panel. I think we've had a good introduction. I'm just going to move my chair around so that we can all see each other. We've had a good introduction this morning to some of the themes I think that are key to this whole issue. I'm very grateful to our panelists so far. I assume we're going to all be speaking in English?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. I'll keep these handy just in case.
Okay.
Greek?
So I'm going to hand over, first of all, for you, Patricia, to talk a little bit about the Portuguese experience. Feel free to reflect on what you've heard so far, or just give us your own introductory words.
Okay.
Okay.
A little bit of both. Can
Excellent.
I go there?
Of course, please do.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. Kalimera. Thank you so much for inviting me to join this summit, which comes, unfortunately, at a perfect time. Congratulations for all the interventions before. They were also very focused, showing us very important visions of the important subjects that we have in our hands as probably guardians of the conditions we will give to the next generations. So my first words today are dedicated to the victims of the terrible fires and storms which affected Greece this summer. My deepest condolences to their relatives and friends and to the Greek authorities. My deepest respect also to the victims of disasters we have been facing these last few days, and they are in fact too many. More than 62,000 lives, the approximate global number of victims of natural disasters only in the first half of this year, and the higher since 2010. More than 2,000 people lost their lives in Morocco after the Marrakesh earthquake on 8th September. 50,000 is the estimated death toll from the Turkey and Syria earthquake. At least 150 lives only in Maui, Hawaii, were so far confirmed as a result of the August wildfires. At least 34 casualties in Algeria, again, due to devastating forest fires. And after the fires, the heavy storms in Europe, China and Brazil, and more casualties. At least 11 in Turkey, Greece and Bulgaria, 22 in Brazil, and again, more recently in Libya, where we are probably facing a mass casualty event. $110 billion in damages, more informed communities, more focused institutions, and a safer planet for us and for future generations. We must cross the Sendai Agenda with the goals for the sustainable development and even with the strategy of the Paris Agreement. 3 instruments that must be coordinated and that cannot be seen alone. We must break the silos, bring together all areas of governance and create bridges between science and civil protection, because we need decisions which are based on knowledge. We must bring land management closer to civil protection to ensure that we are able to adapt our cities and our territories to the new reality and risks, that we build or rebuild without the same mistakes, the build back better concept, and that territorial planning integrates always disaster risk reduction policies. We must also ensure that there is funding for disaster reduction policies, involving all dimensions of society, both public but also private. We must ensure no one is left behind and consider all population groups, the elderly, children, women, people with vulnerabilities, everyone. We must be able to use nature itself to develop and implement credible and sustainable solutions. We must believe that we still have time, and we must believe that we will be able to do it together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Well, I'd like to stay at the national level, if I may, for a second. Roman, would you like to take the next role, if you'd give us your introductory words? Thanks, and then we'll move to the EU. That's fine. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be here. Let me first have a thought for the firefighters and for those who have perished in the recent catastrophic wildfires or floods of this summer. As a representative of France, I would like to share our experience with us, our experience in dealing with civil protection crisis, and present the way we are trying to implement a new management of crisis. I'd like to emphasize on 3 main points. Prevention, firstly, empowering citizens, and crisis management. Prevention. We all know that prevention is the key when dealing with the consequences of global warming. We heard it at the beginning of this meeting. Allow me to use the example of forest fire, because we are all concerned in the Mediterranean region, and the way a recent French law has tackled this issue in terms of prevention. France is indeed the 4th most wooded country of Europe, and the size of this wooded areas make it vulnerable to the risk of forest fire. But with the global warming and its consequences, the whole of France is particularly, is at risk and vulnerable. The dramatic forest season was for us in 2022, and it revealed the vulnerability of all the territory, including rainy regions such as Normandy or Brittany. We all know that the response does not only rely on the growing number of specific equipments for firefighters. That is why, in response to this growing number of mega fires, the law of July the 10th, last summer, 2 months ago, was passed. It concerned measures to prevent fires with local and local and national strategies with regulation and tools for compliance. The law establishes a national strategy against fire for the defense of forests. This strategy must be drawn up by the end of next July by the ministry responsible for forest, for environment, for agriculture, of course, but also by the ministry responsible for town planning, urban planning, and civil protection. And at a local level, in each district, in each departments whose forests are classified at risk, forest fire protection plan must be adopted, and it's important, will be made public. The strategic perspective of this law is to regulate better the interfaces between forests, urban areas, and infrastructures, thanks to a sanction regime legally provided. The best example is the condition of implementing the legal obligation to clear undergrowth, to clear the natural spaces. The fines for failure to comply with this legal obligation have been increased to a very dissuasive level. And in addition to this legal obligation to all the proprietaries, the legal obligation has been extended to Seveso sites situated less than 200 meters from a forest. It's very important to protect the interfaces between forest and industrial plants. The fact that this law has been reinforced underlines that coping with the consequences of global warming is not a firefighter problem only. It implies the mobilization of all the population, of the whole society, and what I call, it's my second point, the empowerment of citizenship. Obviously, governments have a crucial role to play in preparing for and responding to the crisis, but faced with the climate change, our approach needs to be wider and better associate the civil society. Each time a forest fire occurs, each time a disaster occurs, we see the best of society, the best of our society. We see an upsurge of solidarity, we see commitment for the others, we see acts of bravery. Indeed, citizens are the primary actors of their own safety. France, with its legal tradition of written law, has even graved this principle in the marble of the law. But to enable citizens to make themselves available to the local authorities and to be useful when dealing with a crisis, a framework, a regulation must be drawn up first. This includes volunteer fire brigades, protection reserve, voluntary work, civil services, association, NGOs, and so on. In France, there are 4 out of 5 of our firefighters who act as a volunteer, illustrating this empowerment of citizens. A global and a local strategy, the mobilization of the whole society. The last step I'd like to shed the light on is the way the planet resources are actually managed in crisis management. 2 main principles can illustrate crisis management in France: subsidiarity and solidarity. The principle of subsidiarity means that public action is the responsibility of the competent actor closest to the crisis. This means that local authorities, the mayor first, are to take action. In each municipality, we have an elected mayor who has general policing powers, enabling him or enabling her to carry out tasks relating to security, safety, public order, or else. But for large-scale crisis, the government will quickly assume its responsibility at a decentralized level in the département, the district of France. If the crisis is bigger than the municipality resources, the local prefect takes charge of the operation. At the head of each district, we have indeed a prefect, which is appointed as a state representative and is responsible for for implementing all government policies, including, of course, civil security and crisis management. This organization is based on the strong idea that when dealing with civil protection crisis, the closer, the better. This subsidiarity is articulated with the second principle of crisis management, solidarity. If the mayor or if the prefect controls operation on his territory, he may request additional resources, additional equipments from other districts, from the national level or from the European level. The underlying logic is to allow local authorities to manage the crisis with the adapted reinforcement, but to give them total free hands at the operative level. We share this very same logic with the European Mechanism for Civil Protection, and Hans will probably talk about it in a few minutes. Having strong forces is important, but moreover, having the capability to work together and to ensure a quick and efficient force projection is crucial. Before discussion and as a way of conclusion, I'd like to remind that the challenge behind us with natural disaster is not only the ability of the specialists to overrun a punctual event, but it's also the ability of our community, of our municipality at the national or European level to involve, to mobilize the whole society. The Mediterranean region is the hottest point of the global warming. We must have a collective and moreover a much more comprehensive approach of our response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent, thank you. So let's move on now to Hans Daas from the European Commission. Hans, before anything else, perhaps you'd like to just lay out a little bit more about your role. For me, if for nobody else, other people may be more familiar, but I'd love to know a little bit more about the organizations you represent and what you do. So tell us that, and then give us your introductory thoughts about this topic.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to this very important debate. I think the importance cannot be underestimated. It's a topic that deserves more attention. It's a topic that will not go away, unfortunately, anytime soon. Apologies for not being able to join you in presence, but the events in Libya and Morocco over the last few days have made that I needed to stay here in the Emergency Response Coordination Center, and that is where we are here today. And that is very much about our role. European cooperation is becoming increasingly important in disaster management, and that's why we have created, already 20 years ago, a European Union civil protection mechanism, which is basically a framework for cooperation between the 27 EU member states and 9 additional participating countries. So 36 countries that work together on preventing disasters, more and more important, as we heard from the previous speakers also. Work together on preparing for disasters, making sure we have capacities available to support each other, that we can work together, as Romain was saying. And finally, also work together on responding to disasters. And whenever a disaster hits a country anywhere in the world, that country can ask for assistance if it becomes overwhelmed by that disaster. Rather than contacting 36 individual countries, they can contact one crisis center, the Emergency Response Coordination Center here in Brussels, and that is my role in all of this, we manage that crisis center and we manage the operations of the crisis center. So they can contact that Emergency Response Coordination Center for help, and we will then coordinate with these 36 countries to try and mobilize the right type of support at the right time. And that European cooperation is based upon these same twin principles that Romain mentioned. It's about subsidiarity. Member states are responsible for managing their own disasters. That's clear. Disaster response should always be done as close as possible to the event. But it's also based upon that twin principle of solidarity. And I think with what we're seeing now in terms of more extreme weather, changing risk landscape, it's clear that we will have more and more situations which overwhelm individual countries' abilities to deal with it. And international cooperation and European cooperation are going to become even more important. And I have a few slides. I will be very brief, but perhaps just to show the first slide, this is really, it's a very complicated map that you will see, but it's there to show the intensity of the cooperation we've had this year. You can go to the next slide, Vincent. This summer, we have seen Europe battered by heat waves, by wildfires, by floods, often simultaneously. And so on 12 occasions this year, thank you very much, on 12 occasions this year, countries got overwhelmed and asked for European support or support from other participating countries in the civil protection mechanism. With a little frame, you will see the names of the countries that asked for assistance. And in color, you will see all of the countries that provided assistance. And you'll see that some countries have been providing assistance and requesting assistance. Some countries have been asking for forest fire-related support, others for flood support. We've had many operations inside the EU, but we were even mobilized, we were even requested by Canada and Chile for support with wildfires this year, and in both cases we were able to send several hundreds of firefighters from Europe to these countries. If we go to the next slide, then I just want to highlight the incredible speed with which the situation is developing. This has been a summer of records. On the 6th of August, for instance, we had for the first time in the history of the European cooperation on civil protection, we have on the same day a request for assistance with floods in Europe and a request for assistance to deal with forest fires. This has never happened before, that we have to simultaneously mobilize support on the same day for floods and in one part of Europe, that was Slovenia, and for forest fires in Cyprus at that time. Secondly, if you zoom in on the wildfires in Europe, the total burned area in Europe this year is 40% higher than the average burned area in Europe over the last 20 years. So you see this incredible pattern of exponential increase in fires, and Greece certainly knows everything about that because you have the largest forest fire on record in the EU this year. I'm talking about the fire close to Alexandroupolis, which burned for several weeks and burned a total of close to 100,000 hectares. I mean, if you try to imagine 100,000 hectares, think of the whole size of the Paris region and Berlin together. It's huge by all standards. And in response, and that's another record, we have deployed sort of the largest ever aerial rescue deployment with a very high number of aircraft and helicopters. There were 11 planes, 1 helicopter deployed by 7 different member states in the same time period. There were 6 ground teams with a total of over 600 firefighters busy in Greece helping out. We had pre-positioned ground teams in Greece as well as in France and Portugal this year. So there has been a very substantial cooperation throughout the summer to help countries deal with these emergencies. And the same happened in Slovenia and in Italy with the floods, where also there these countries asked for support from other member states, and a lot of equipment and teams were mobilized. Next slide, please. I know this conference is focusing on natural disasters, but just to be very clear that the increase in natural disasters is just one part of the challenge we're currently facing. We all remember the incredible complexity associated with COVID, and there's very worrying signs about health risks for the future also. Our security context is changing very rapidly in the east, but also in the south, as you know. In Ukraine, we are currently managing our largest, longest, and most complex civil protection operation ever. So far, our member states have provided through this system close to 100,000 tons of assistance, going from field hospitals to shelter equipment, water purification, all sorts of medication, etc., etc. Total value of the assistance that has been mobilized by all of our countries in support of Ukraine is now around 750 million euros, so it is quite significant. We have new risks related to cyber, to disruptions on critical infrastructure. We see security developments in the south, which are time and again require evacuation operations. Think about Afghanistan, but think also about Niger, Sudan. We're seeing hybrid attacks. It's no longer a concept for the future. It's something which is happening now. Think about the forced migration from Belarus to Lithuania, which also resulted in request for assistance. So the next slide will show you what the result of that is, and it's just very simply and plainly an exponential increase in operations that we have to run. For a very long time, European operations in response to disasters were around 20-25 per year. With COVID, that increased to above 100. With COVID and Ukraine in 2022, that increased to over 220 requests for assistance. Of course, this year, COVID is zooming out a little bit, but we still see a very high level of requests for assistance, which simply illustrates the point I was making, that with increasing risks on the security side and a changing natural risk landscape, we are forced to work much more together than ever before. And just to finish off, I'll try and give a few ideas in the next slides on what we're doing to better prepare for that future. First of all, we need to step up preparedness. We need to have more capacities. We need to have more diverse capacities. We need to have more smart capacities. And we need to do that, obviously, at member states level. And the European Union is providing massive funding to support that. We're currently, for instance, financing a 1.5 billion financing to support Greece on disaster management, and that includes 700 million for civil protection. But we also need to step up preparedness at EU level. If we could go back 2 slides to the civil protection pool, that would be great. At European level, we have created a civil protection pool, which is basically a combination of teams that are available in different member states. There we are, that's the overview. So these are member states teams which have to undergo a quality test, a quality training, which have to be certified and which are in principle available for support to other countries, to other member states. And teams that are part of this pool then receive a certain level of EU funding as an incentive for member states to make more capacities available. Next slide shows the next step, basically, which is RescEU, which is a strategic reserve that we are creating since 2020. That strategic reserve is fully funded by the European Union. It is hosted by member states, managed by interested member states, but it is deployed on the invitation at the request of the ERCC, the Emergency Response Coordination Center here in Brussels. And you can see how quickly this is developing. We now have reserves of medical capacities, CBRN capacities. We have a strategic reserve of shelter items, transport, energy items, and we have a fleet of forest firefighting aircraft, and that is illustrated in the next slide.
Hans,
yep.
I'm going to have to ask you to just round up your comments if you could, so we can
I will. I'm sorry. I'm just running through this very quickly. Then, so on forest fires, we have doubled the fleet. So we now have 28 aircraft available across the European Union, which are on standby to support countries affected by forest fires at any moment. Next slide, and that's the overview of the overall RescEU capacity. So it just shows the intensity of the cooperation. 2 words, if I may, on the future, and I think my colleagues, next slide, my colleagues have already mentioned the importance of prevention. What I would like to add to it is the importance of developing more strategic anticipation and foresight. We need to really invest more in better analytical capabilities across the European Union, more robust monitoring, information sharing, more cross-sectoral coordination, and we need to invest in more response capacities. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hans. Thank you. So that's pretty encouraging to see so much activity and so much progress in that coordinated response. Let's move back then to Greece and Michalis Katrinis. I'm sure you've already prepared your thoughts. I'm sure you know what you're going to say, but I'm going to be listening out for your thoughts about what you've heard, but also the Greek response so far to what you've been going through.
I will be more brief, I hope.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation to attend this event. This is a tragically timely topic for our country, which is going through an unprecedented catastrophe in the aftermath of other disasters that have mobilized not just the political landscape, but the entire society with respect to the impact of the climate change and with respect to the need for civil protection to be something more than a title, but a daily experience of ours that makes our life easier and better. So, in face of this new reality as a result of the climate change in our planet, our priorities change. The prioritization in the political agenda has to change, and civil protection comes in the forefront. And as I said before, in a way which is tragic. It's dramatically important because we're talking about tragic consequences that our people in Thessaly, in Evros, and elsewhere are currently experiencing. All United Nations studies and studies by other organizations have been emitting strong messages for people to be alert, calling us to prepare ourselves and to take action. Emphasis is being given to prevention, of course, preparedness, and the resilience of our infrastructure against natural disasters. The SEDI framework, as mentioned before, the international strategy for the reduction of disasters and the global platform for disaster risk reduction serve this purpose. For Greece, the tragic experience we had in Evros, in Rhodos, and in other areas, and the recent devastating flood in Thessaly that has led, it's currently leading to some unprecedented and unforeseen consequences, both financial and social, represent a point of escalation of the impact of climate change. An entire region, Thessaly, has experienced the largest flooding event of our history and caused unforeseen damage to our infrastructure, houses, property, crops, casualties, first and foremost, and as a result, it has changed the geography, the layout of the region. Talking about the wildfires, the qualitative characteristics of the wildfires in 2023, and the previous speaker said actually that the Evros wildfire has been the largest wildfire in terms of coverage, in terms of space covered in the European Union ever recorded. And this is not the only important, let's say, difference. It is important because it is the first time that so many protected areas have been burned to ashes. It is the first time that so many primary and regional forest systems have been burned to ashes, like the Dadia one, and the ones who know understand what I'm talking about the difficulty to restore it. Greece, as a member of the European Union, has contributed in building the Union civil protection mechanism for firefighting, and as the previous speaker said, we have to say that the rapporteur in the European Parliament for RESC-EU has been the current president of PASOK and then European MP Nikos Androulakis. Today's catastrophic events in our country have presented once again to fully revisit the civil protection mechanism in our country that has to go well beyond the political life cycle of a government. It has to be the outcome of cross-party understanding, because the current law, sadly, has led to extremely complicated and centralized system. What we are saying is we need specific duties and tasks of all stakeholders involved in civil protection, so we can have transparency, accountability, and most importantly, in order to facilitate people when are trying to face the event as it happens. And of course, we have to give more duties, more means and resources to local government, to local authorities. We have to train our qualified personnel and of course to make full use of international best practices by investing in research and innovation, as also the European Union suggests. It is equally important to emphasize preparedness, alertness, and actual involvement of our civil society by means of volunteerism, by means of training courses, so that local communities may be more effective. The political area I represent, PASOK, has been quick to highlight the need to establish actually the Ministry of Civil Protection and Climate Change. The government has adopted our proposal in the past without, however, and that's something that has been proven by the facts, this ministry has not been endowed, let's say, with human resources, means, and resources. And I'm talking about resources because this is very important when it comes to prevention, mitigation, and the restoration of the impact, the damages of climate disaster. President of the Commission, von der Leyen, announced that 2.5 billion euros, approximately 2.25 billion euros, will be mobilized to help Greece restore the damages. It's really something that provides us with a relief, but it is very important for the European Union to add funds to the RRF and also to build a standalone fund in order to help restore damages as a result of natural disasters and climate change, which will allow us to overcome the time-consuming administrative processes, and also the fact that our country has to be given the opportunity to include or re-include and approve counter-flooding projects that will help us face such circumstances. Because it's not about creating resilient elites under these funds. It is about creating resilient societies and communities vis-à-vis the visible threats let's say, generated by the climate change. And they will have an even bigger impact on the most vulnerable ones. And resources are being distributed and allocated in a non-fair way. So it's up to us to avoid something like that from happening, or at least mitigate its impact for the better future of our children, of the next generation of our country.
Much, Michalis. So on to George Boustras. I don't know, George, if you have any thoughts of your own that you'd like to present at this point. I am going to ask you to lead off with questions when you've finished your presentation, so please go ahead.
I'm getting older, Alistair, so I made a few notes.
Excellent, excellent.
Yes,
great
but
idea.
I'm still green, so if you catch me looking at my mobile phone, it is because I'm looking at my points. So let me start by thanking the organizers for this amazing and very well attended, at this time of the day at least, like conference, summit. And as we all know, The Economist organizes summits and conferences that are dealing with current affairs. I'm under the impression that our panel could not have been more timely in the light of the recent and not so recent events. I'm a quantitative person, so I'm just going to try to give you a magnitude. We are running through a year that we had mega fires in Canada, in Greece, in Italy, and other places, mega earthquakes, border of Turkey and Syria, as well as the recent one in Marrakesh, prolonged periods of droughts. Greece had the longest spell of droughts in living memory, and unfortunately, mega flooding events like the episodes with Daniel, with the tragic incidents in Thessaly, and the even more and dramatic tragic incidents in Libya with a very high death toll. So, as I said, I'm a man of quantitative, of numbers, so professor of risk assessment, and I tend to tackle things from a risk perspective. What does this mean? That unfortunately this year has been a game changer. We have, from what I heard, I think we have all heard the people that spoke before me, that we have national, local risk assessments on various possible threats, yet the magnitude and the impact of the recent catastrophes has been unprecedented. So what is this telling us? It is telling us that we need to take a step back, study the events, absorb the lessons learned, and assess whether our prevention schemes, our disaster management practices, and our post-incident management practices should be revisited. We need to reassess our decision-making processes based on the fact that incidents that were considered impossible to occur in the past now are more likely to take place and more frequently. We need to redefine our community engagement schemes, if they exist. We need to sensitize our communities. We need to stop the tendency of our citizens being spectators in catastrophes, because this is the grim reality, unfortunately. Legislation needs to be tightened, both in the correction part of those breaking the law, as well as to enforce the application of all policies that aim to promote adaptation to climate change. So there are two aims there. In a European level, and I see Hans in front of me, we need to further enhance, we need to further reinforce RESC-EU, because this is our line of defense in a European level, and we need to identify highly focused technological advances in early warning systems that need to be funded. This is a big question. We can discuss that later on about EU funding and targeted EU funding without underestimating it. I think we should be grateful to the EU for the role that it is playing, especially DG ECHO and EU CPT. And one last thing. linking to what Hans said before again. Disasters are becoming slowly but firmly a new ground for the development and adoption of fake news, sometimes as part of a wider hybrid threat, which is an important security element. In a societal level, we need to, as a priority, educate our communities, redefine our risk communication strategies. These are my initial thoughts, and I think, Alastair, we have plenty of questions that are stemming from this discussion that we had.
We have plenty of questions, George, but we have very, very little time.
Yes.
So I'm afraid what I'm going to do is ask you to put a very succinct question and then ask each of our panelists to respond very, very briefly, because comprehensive as you've all been, we are almost out of time. So what's your question, George?
Yeah,
make it a good one.
Yes, I think, we have had a number of different angles to the problem. We had national strategies, and actually we had national strategies from 2 countries that are playing a leading role in, especially at least, like in tackling fires, but in other areas as well. We had a remark from a member of the Greek parliament in a very positive note, and I appreciate the fact that you didn't use this as a political stunt. This is, like a political civilization. I congratulate you on that. And Hans presented the current situation with regards to the role of the EU. What has been, I think an underlying factor is that we have too many institutions, too many players around the ball. How are we going to tighten this? How are we going to become more efficient? Because I'm under the impression, and this is my humble opinion, that we spend money in various schemes. As a researcher, I can tell you that there are projects that have been funded by the EU many times over. I think it is time, and I would like to hear that. Two questions. One is, how are we going to work in a European level in a more concerted way, in a more focused way, in a way that we can capitalize on each other's abilities, I mean, in a national level as well as, like an international level. And secondly, how are we going to make the academia talk to the practitioners, to the policymakers, and vice versa, because I'm under the impression that these 3 parts, policymakers, researchers, and practitioners, were talking 3 different languages, and we're facing 3 different directions. So, on a personal note, I would like to hear all this.
All right, that's quite a lot of questions.
Yes.
And it puts the onus on our panelists to be extraordinarily succinct and brief in their responses. Let's go around the table. Patricia, I'll start with you.
I'm not sure if it's working. Yes, it's working. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the contributions. Well, to be quite honest and to go straight to the point, I think it's clear for everyone that international cooperation and international assistance will be key to be able to face this kind of mass events. No country in the world will be ever fully ready alone to cope with scenarios such as the ones we have been seeing these last few weeks. If we can manage to do, in terms of prevention and resilience, half of what we have done, for instance, in terms of response, and now I look to my colleague and friend Hans Das, that will be a huge conquest. If you go back 20 years, when the mechanism started to, and I talk about the mechanism because it's smaller in terms of regional size. We have the UN, which is a much broader framework, it's for the whole world. If we take the regional cooperation we have in Europe, although the mechanism can also be used outside Europe, the mechanism started as a response to the problems we were facing in Europe in terms of how to react to things. After that, and we have grown, and after that we started to include also prevention and preparedness. But I think that what we are talking about here is changing the whole system, changing, like Hans said, countries are independent, they are sovereign, so of course it will always be up to each country to decide what to do. However, I think that international cooperation mechanisms like the European Union can do a great job in terms of advocating for this change. We need to change the way we approach the system. We need to work before everything. We need to have land management policies with really straightforward measures. We need, like I said in my speech, we need to have the courage to say, no, we cannot build this hospital here. No, we cannot build this bridge here. No, we cannot have a fancy neighborhood on the margins of a river because it will be flooded afterwards and we're going to have a problem. We need to educate young people. It's like a whole society changing the way we face these kind of problems. And to do so, I think that organizations such as the European Union can do a great job. They are doing a great job advocating for this.
Okay, fantastic. Let's move on then to Romain.
Thank you. I strongly agree with what you just said about the need to mobilize organization. But what I believe, and it's part of the answer to your question, is that the decision makers aren't deaf anymore about climate change and the way to tackle it. It's been 3 years since I've been working in the Civil Security Directorate General, and I do believe that the politicians, parliamentaries, members of the parliaments are very aware due to a lot of catastrophe of disasters, but a lot of acknowledgement that we have to face something that is bigger than what we used to face before. So it was a part of my speech. I believe that what is the most needed is the mobilization of society and at an individual level. It's all about people. It's about increasing knowledge of the risk. I heard that people doesn't know how to read risk maps. It is time to learn to read risk maps for the decision makers to decide to build or not an hospital, but also to decide the way you build your own house, you organize your garden. It's all about early warning and the directive, the European directive of 20, I don't remember, 18, was very important to create this network of global warming, early warning systems with a cell broadcast. It's all about for people to know how to react to something, how to protect yourself, or to protect your relatives, or to protect your own goods before waiting for the local authorities or the government to come to help you.
Okay, let me cut you off there. I know it's rude, but we are very short. I'm British after all, so it's half expected, isn't it? Let me hand over to Hans. Hans, what are your thoughts here? Briefly, please. Yeah.
And I will be extremely brief to make up for having been long on the intervention before. 2 points, very simply. First point, fully agree with Patricia and Romain about the importance of prevention and awareness raising. Second point, and it's very much a personal thought. I'm not saying this is a commission policy or anything, but I do think it is high time to reevaluate the role of civil protection. Civil protection has actually been deprioritized in quite a few member states. The number of firefighters has been reduced in many member states. The budgets have gone down in quite a few member states, etc. And I think it is high time to put the role of civil protection back more centrally Civil protection is not just about technical expertise, not just about running operations. What we seem to be lacking is the ability to bring everybody together around the table to have a truly coordinated, holistic approach to disasters and disaster management. And I think that's a challenge that nobody else can do than civil protection. And that's why we need to reinvigorate, we need to reinvest in civil protection, we need to put it much more centrally, link it with all of the different sectors that are involved in this, and I think then we'll be in a very good place to tackle the disasters of the future.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thank you for your brevity. Michalis, on to you for the last word on this topic.
Firstly, I would like to reiterate that civil protection issues or crisis management issues have to have this kind of wider understanding as an underlying factor. So the politicians should listen to what the specialists say, but the specialists, the experts, but of course the politicians have to prioritize civil protection in order not to offer the remedy, but to be ready to anticipate things. And that's the main question. The European Union has taken important steps so far. Yes, that's important and it matters. Can this lead to a single model or modus operandi, if you like, in terms of prevention and remedy, taking into account the particularities of each member state? But we have to understand that the threat is here. This threat is about to change the life of millions of citizens. It changes everything we used to know so far. And apart from the decision to be taken, we also have to discuss the issue of resources. It's not just to discuss about that following the disaster we experienced in Greece in the past 3 months, and we still don't know what's the real repercussions. But at the central level, at the European level, and at the level of international organizations, we have to impose a new agenda, new priorities, a new initiative taken by governments and the political landscape towards this direction.
So thank you to all of my panel. You've all been absolutely fabulous. I've really enjoyed it. Please join me in saying thank you to the panel. Thank you. We're going to break for coffee. I do suggest we get started again on time at 12:10. So you've got plenty of time to go and restock on caffeine.
Thank you so much.
See you later.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα, Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ, Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλεία που φωνήσει.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Καλημέρα σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλειά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow. First thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow, but we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Gentlemen, if we can take our seats. Just let the last few people come back into the room. Okay, excellent. Well, let's get going again. I hope you're all suitably refreshed, re-energized, because we've got a lot going on in the afternoon. We're going to be very busy. We're going to move straight on now to our next panel. It's a very interesting one, great speakers. This is a theme, natural disasters management and regional cooperation, that's come up. It's been floating around. It's been touched on quite specifically in one or two of our sessions so far this morning, but now we're going to look at it in particular. this issue of regional cooperation. And we have two wonderful speakers who are going to join us for this session. I'd like to invite them to join me here on the stage. First is Jacob Wimmersberg, who is the Director of Strategic Cooperation and Assistance Division at the National Emergency Management Authority for the State of Israel. You're very welcome. And we have Anastasios Gerasimatos, who is the Managing Director of the Hellenic Crisis and Disaster Management Institute, a member of the International Crisis Management Association, and a crisis management certified specialist. Come up and join us. Thank you. Fantastic. Great to have you both here. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. The format will follow the same as we've done before, so I'll give each of you some time to give us your opening thoughts, and then we'll head into some questions and answers. And as before, if any questions arise in the audience during the presentations, please feel free to let me know. I'll invite you and just put your hand up and let me know if you have questions, and I'll be very happy to put them to our panel. Jacob, how do I pronounce your name for starters?
Actually, Kobe is my nickname, and that's the way I go. So
Kobe. Okay, excellent. Good. Well, Kobe, would you like to kick us off?
Sure.
Thank you.
If it's okay, I'll go to the podium.
Of course.
Thank you very much. And I would like, not originally, but like the rest of the speakers before me, to thank The Economist for this amazing, unexpectedly relevant, very relevant summit. And I think that we should also mention and thank the sponsors. I'm not a commercial guy. I do emergency management, but the fact that there are companies that are in the real world that are part of that initiative, it's very important for the movement towards the future and supporting that. So thank you very much. And if I can ask to put the slides a little bit. So if you're bored, you can have a glaze to the slides, so it's okay. And I think I have... So indeed, the last words of Ms. Gasper actually in her session was the opening for my presentation or my talk. Had I known that before, I would just not start with my presentation. So thank you very much. And this is exactly where we are about to ask ourselves. I don't see it here. Regional cooperation in emergencies. Is that really important? Why it's necessary? Who said it's necessary? So before starting to discuss and dwell into that, I had heard your request to tell us who we are, why we are here, and where is our future. No, that's not going to speak about that so much. So I'm coming, my name is Kobe Wimmersberg. I'm coming from the Israeli National Emergency Management Authority, and I would like to present our agency, or at least the vision, is to have integrated approach to emergency management. And this is on a national level. And I think we should duplicate it and make it even bigger when it comes to regional or international approaches. We have no time to coordinate. I know people like the word coordination. Well, when right hand move this thing to the left hand, the hands don't need to coordinate themselves. They belong to one body. And we need to aspire nationally, but also internationally, because of the climate change devastated effect, to think like that. And this is my main message here. I do strategic cooperation and assistance, responsible in Israel and the international assistance that will come. And actually, NEMA was created because of that. Imagine you go to the Philharmonic in Athens, in Saloniki, sorry, and there's no conductor. After 5 minutes, you will go back to eat McDonald's or something else if you're vegetarian. This is exactly what happened in Israel in 2006, when we had a launch of terror attacks from the north, from Hezbollah, and each one of these players resembles emergency agency. police, firefighters, Home Front Command, local authorities. They didn't talk among themselves. So they created NEMA to try to make this orchestra playing in a harmony and not disharmony. And this is the main message I would like to convey today. The main message is that we, and I'm not saying anything new on that slide, my predecessors here on the stage depicted actually a very, very dark future to this globe, which is true. But we can do something. Now, all these assumptions that you can read, well, I'm not going to get the Nobel Prize for them on nothing, because it's not new, it's already here. They were written 5 years ago. It's not there is a prophecy here. Professor Busla said he's a man of numbers, so there's a gradual understanding of where we're going to. Just need to open our eyes. That was 5 years ago, and the problem is, I talked with Nectaria, we, as emergency managers, as politicians, as public, we don't understand that the reality and what's happening in the world is much faster than what we can think of. So therefore, what we need, one of the solutions for this fasting movement is a cooperation amongst nations, within a region, and of course, globally. Now, this is a statement that nobody will think that it's incorrect. It doesn't shake anyone from the chairs. I'm not mean to, it doesn't mean to. But it has to come to the discourse of the public, not only of the politicians. And I will tell you why. I'll give an example from recent fires in Greece. Walk with me. When we got the request from Greece to assist in airplanes to the horrible fires, of course, Greece is a great friend of Israel. It's like a family. We are close. Both, I'm not a politician, but politically, we are close. We are allied. We are close geographically. We have the same state of mind. We help each other. So it's clear. But there was for a second, I share with you, there was for a second the query, the question, we have also high indexes of fire in Israel. And we have 2 airplanes from our squads that are not working. We have less than we are capable. What are we going to do? And you know, in Israel, the prime minister needs to send assistance to international community. So he didn't had this dilemma. Nobody actually had the dilemma. But for a second, we had a thought, what are we going to do? Of course, when it comes to the prime minister, say Greece, of course, yes. And that's the end of discussion that was not existing anyway. But what it actually showed us, this small event that I shared with you, it showed us this picture that you see behind me. What actually describes or depicts a short blanket. When we have not enough resources, not enough money, not enough time, not enough. When we push the blanket to one side, some other side will be affected. And this is the story of each country. And actually, it's becoming now the story of a region, much more than a region. Because the impact of the climate change disasters, and I'm not talking economically or societally, or I'm not talking geographically, I'm not talking agriculture-wise, just emergency management events. So, that perspective. The impact is huge. We are on the edge of a different era. It's not just a crisis. It's a different era. We had the Industrial Revolution, we had the Stone era, different eras in life, in time. This is something like that. So we have to think differently. And we have to understand that if in Israel, or in Greece, or in Cyprus, or in the United States, the blanket is short, it's a problem for all of us. So this has to be a discussion of the entire public. So what is the message? The message is regional responsibility in emergencies. We have to take responsibility as a country, not on ourselves as only, but on the countries that are in the region, and vice versa. Because we will not be able to cope with the tremendous effects of the fires. We see it, we understand it, and we need to move. So I'll give you several examples of what we are trying to do. That exercise actually took place in 2016. It's called LILAPA. Maybe some of you know that exercise. Strategically, we decided that we go with the Cypriots and the Greek in Cyprus to practice. We sent airplanes for this practice. And a week after, imagine what? A week after, there have been devastating fires in the same area. So imagine the pilots are coming, they knew the people, which is the most important thing, by the way, to know the people. They knew the area, they trained on that, and God's will, we were able together to fight it. But that was 2016, now it's much more devastating. This is a little bit further region. But what with our closest region, we understand that floods, with addition to the urbanization that doesn't allow the water to sink into the soil, is becoming a huge problem. So we analyze together with our neighbors. We realize what's the problem, and we're starting to move on a solution. One of the greatest solutions was an exercise. Imagine, exercise in a region that what you hear in the newspaper on is just war, terror, horrible events. They exist. But when it comes to, we need to leave eventually, to leave. There are no borders. The disaster does not distinguish between nations and borders, or religions, or gender, or any tendency. So we realized that we need to do something together. So thanks to Cyprus, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Cyprus, the Serides Excellence Center in the University, the European University in Nicosia, led by a young guy named George Bustas, this is here, a visionary guy, led a joint regional exercise with the countries that are in the region. It's amazing. We are much better now because we thought that we need to break the ceiling. Not everything is about politics. Not everything is about it's mine, it's yours. We need to be more aware of the surroundings and see the reality. So we build up now, thanks to the European Union, DG ECHO, highly appreciated, we build up now joint early warning system for floodings. God's will, we will do it for earthquake together. And this is, I think, a very good, innovative, and a good blessing. So the message here, responsibility in emergency in the region. I would like also to share with you another concept, how we can help with our technology, whether it's in our region, but technology actually shows that there are no borders of region, of non-region. I'll go to the USA example. If you remember the Miami building that was collapsed, from Israel sent to our forces in Miami simulation of the building that was collapsed, and thanks to that, they were able to find and locate all the bodies. I'm sorry to say, the Americans, they said, okay, give up, let's give up. We insisted. So technology is also a bridge, we need to think, a bridge between the countries, a bridge between the forces, and a bridge to able, from far away, to assist one country to another, like we did with the Greece fires, analyzing and helping them to get more information. So, we need to think out of the box, and as a wise man say, on the other hand, and I will end up here, never let a good crisis go to waste. This is not my area of expertise, I'm not a politician, but I want to add an optimistic end to this discussion. Maybe we show the good spirit of mankind, and by that we're capable to do good things in other areas. So not everything is horrible. I would like to thank you and to tell you it's time to share. We are willing to share. we are expecting us to think in a public discourse out of the box, because there's no other way. So God bless you. In 2 days, there is the Jewish New Year, and it's called not just New Year, it's called the head of the year, Rosh Hashanah. Means the way the head goes, the whole body goes. I wish all of us that we all go in the next year to good places, places of cooperation, a place of thinking out of the box, and together we are going to be able to cope with this climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kobe. Anastasios, your turn. You're going to speak to us in Greek, I believe.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this invitation. So if we want to be honest with the reality, with the truth, we need to realize that there are no natural disasters. There have never been natural disasters in the history of humankind, and there will not be any natural disasters. From a concept point of view, we need to approach everything that we're discussing in order to have the result, which is the human. So, actually, we're talking about disasters that are generated due to natural phenomena, because an earthquake of 6.5 magnitude in Japan will not cause anything, and a 6.5 Richter earthquake in another place will have a lot of damages. So in one area, we talk about a natural disaster, and in the other about a natural phenomena. So we have natural phenomena that are manifested in different intensities. It's like the road accidents. Is it possible, for example, somebody who's drunk, who goes back home and he drives while being drunk and kills somebody, is this considered a road accident? Can it be considered as a road accident? So the destructive effects are depend exclusively on the response degree of the society and the sound management of the resources. So the disasters, natural phenomena such as earthquakes, typhoons, etc., do occur, and they will continue to occur because, of course, this leads to the transformation and evolution and survival of the planet. From the other side, okay, we know that, we are aware of this, and we need to change mindset, and of course to change our behavior, because we have the following paradox. AI is being self-developed, and the men lose their lives if they're injured with a knife. That is something that we developed 10 years ago is being reborn, but of course we lose our life if somebody strikes us with a knife, or for example, if we can swallow something in a wrong way. So it's not the God's fault, it's not the nature's fault, it has to do clearly with the foresight and anticipation of the humans. On the 11th of September 2001, when we had the terrorist attack in New York, the plane, for example, hit the northern building and the other one in the southern building. So there was an order to evacuate the building before this second event happened. There was a reaction on behalf of all those who took the decisions, and they thought it was something, it was an accident, and that it would not affect the operation of the second tower. So within 18 minutes, this person evacuated this building, and the 2,700 people that were in this building. This happened within 18 minutes. So everything has to do and depends on the foresight of the people and on realizing what is it about, what all this is about. And this morning, somebody spoke about the concept of civil protection and the need to strengthen it. We therefore have to define and understand that the civil protection is an operation, is a function, actually. This is a very important thing. The second thing, in this function, we are all involved, all of us, all of you, your relatives, your children, the tourists in the country. We are all part of the civil protection at regional, national, international level. We are all part of this civil protection. I am part of it if, for example, there is a fire in my house or if it expands to the house next to mine. So we are part of the procedure, of the response to this fire or to another event. So this is something that we need to understand. We need to understand that everyone's role is to understand that we are part of the civil protection function. We should not forget that this constitutes the largest environmental environment, occupational environment ever, because there are specialists on one hand and volunteers on the other hand that are considered as being one. They are considered to be equal. And the reason why this happens is because we recognize that an emergency does not have a place, it does not have a way, so it does not have time. So each one of us is involved in the response to this event in order to mitigate the effects that it may cause. So since the civil protection is a function, and since we are all concerned with it, and since we are all at risk at any moment, and it is the only field where professionals and volunteers are considered to be equal, why, for example, is not part of the primary education, or why the pupils of the elementary school do not know how to use a fire extinguisher, among others. So if, for example, we try to deal with a disaster after it happens, it's not something a pioneering, or it's not an innovation. But being able to anticipate and to deal with it with quick reflexes is important. In our country and in many other countries, this response with quick reflexes is absent. And there is something else that I want to say. Even though we have a plethora of forecast models that can predict a disaster, and other models that monitor a disaster, and models for the response to the effects of a disaster. We have left aside the rescue model. The drones, the communication systems, the interconnection between the bodies, between the countries is, of course, effective, but it always takes place after disasters. So whether we have a rail accident, a flood, a wildfire, or another emergency, we need a rapid rescue of the humans that are at risk. So at this point, we need to realize that the international industry lags behind when it comes to giving solutions. So in the past, for example, we rushed to an accident to rescue the people that are injured. That's what we actually do now. This hasn't changed, but the technology has advanced, so we need to use the robot systems, Ironman type, that will have a flying capacity and will be able to intervene, to transfer all those people who need hospitalization, and to identify, to detect any people who are alive.
Very briefly,
Just one last thing. If we want to make one step to improve our response and to have a quicker response, I will agree with the previous speaker when it comes to coordination. We need to decide, even though it may sound weird, we need to decide to group, gather all the emergency services. This means that it's high time that the ECAV service is under the umbrella of the fight services. So there must be one single service in order to make sure that we will save the lives who are at risk.
Very much, and apologies for cutting you short there. We are very short of time. We do have time just for one very quick question. Kobe, I'm going to put this to you first, and then Anastasios, I invite you to respond as well. I can't remember which Russian writer it was who said that all happy families are happy in the same way, but unhappy ones all have misery of their own. So,
I think it was Tolstoy.
Tolstoy, almost certainly, yeah.
Anna Karenina. I think it was in Anna Karenina, I think.
Okay. So my question really is about how the natural disaster picture varies from country to country. So there's an awful lot that's common. You know, as we've said, this single weather event is having an impact across the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa too. But each country is affected in a different way. So how does this cooperative approach to managing natural disasters work in those circumstances where every country has its own different challenges?
Okay, I can speak on behalf of Israel. I didn't present the slides of Israel's threats, which are not necessarily only natural threats. Many times I say that Israel, many countries have one or two prominent threats on them. Israel has the privilege and luxury to have all of them free of charge in one package. Mm-hmm. And from that point of view, what matters is not what kind of risks is or threats or disasters each country faces with. What matters for this discussion is the will of a country to assist another one when it can and on what areas it can. This is the most important thing. Not to get into technicalities of how we're good in that or not. We need, again, to break the ceilings of cultural, political, any other borders that prevent us to think that in a region and globally, actually in this climate crisis, we are one family. And so this is the secret. And each country can be good in one thing, so it contributes in one thing, and can be less good as it gets from the other countries. But the concept here, and I will finish here, is that I spoke with, many years ago, before they spoke about climate change, I spoke with one of the leaders of an international organization, I will not say which one, and he told me that when they get a request for assistance, they do help, but always in the back of their mind, this country really helps the others or not helping the others. So I think it's more accelerated now. So this is my answer.
Right, fantastic, thank you very much. Anastasios, slightly different question, I think. For you, we're talking about, you know, an understanding, general understanding that without cooperation, we can't confront these issues. I'd like you just to think about one or two key barriers to cooperation that you would like to see tumble down.
The reply is the following. The first thing, the first barrier that has been here for many, many years is the unjustified rivalry, and I will agree with the previous speaker, is this unjustified rivalry and competition, let's say, between the same functions, the same services within the same country and between countries. This kind of rivalry for the same resources or for the one to stand out first, this is what prevails when it comes to how we offer assistance promptly. That's the first thing. The second, if we keep on talking about natural disasters, this means that we accept our fate. Oh, God wanted it like that, so if we keep on saying that we have disasters as a result of natural phenomena, then we take control of it and we prepare ourselves. That's the key.
Very good points. Please join me in thanking our panelists, both excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Let's gather for the family photo. Okay, thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, let's move straight along. We have another really important topic now that we are going to be talking about. This is all really about, I mean, it's in the clues in the title of the session. It's about management of risk. So we can identify the risks, we can adapt to them, but we have to understand the nature of the risk to start with. And we have to collaborate not just between countries and across regions, but between every segment of society to get a coherent response. And that includes both the public and private sectors, as well as the public in general. So our next two speakers, who I'd like to invite to join me on the stage, are going to help us explore some of these themes. We have George Feretzannis, who is the Vice President of the Hellenic Organization of Agricultural Insurances. And we have Yannis Gitas, who is the Professor at the Department of Forestry and Natural Environment at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, whose grounds I wandered through the other day without getting told off, so that was a plus. So do we have our two invitees? Here we are. Come and join me, please. Welcome. And our second? on his way, being mic'd up as we speak. Excellent. So we will be able to hear you. Why don't we start while we're waiting for our on your way now.
Hello.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for the invitation.
So let's move straight into our first thoughts on this area. George, I'm going to invite you to give us some introductory words, but I'm really interested in this. I mean, this will be the first session where we've talked at all about the private sector, and I think insurance is a really key area here, and a key area where the private sector can be involved in the response to natural disasters. I'm now wary of using the phrase natural disaster because Anastasios told us it's the wrong language, and I suspect he's right. So would you like to give us your introductory thoughts on this?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank you on behalf of my organization for the invitation. Today's discussion is amazingly timely in the light of the recent phenomena. Actually, the phenomenon is still ongoing. So in this sense, our organization couldn't but be present in this event. So, commenting on what you said before, which is the involvement of the private sector in the whole thing of natural disasters and climate change. Sadly, I'm sad to say that in Greece, as far as our organization is concerned, the private sector's involvement has been minimal, actually close to zero. Our organization, the Hellenic Organization of Agricultural Insurances, is a private entity but fully controlled by the state, having a insurance policy under our organization to protect production and animal stock is obligatory for farmers and stock breeders. And the most important thing is that it's a monopoly when it comes to covering damages that farmers and agriculturals might suffer. As I said before, we are an insurance-centric organization. We carry out the assessment of the damages, then we make a report, and then we pay the claims to the producers based on the regulation in place that governs our way of doing business. At the same time, our organization is the only tool in our country that is used for the ad hoc state support schemes. I'm talking about damages that occur and fall outside our scope, which according to our regulation, we're talking about damages caused by non-damaging causes, freely translated. But also we offer aid. That's a very recent tool that has been stipulated after the Ianos natural phenomenon and was activated in order to pay damages after natural disasters. So this year has been a very, very bad year. That's something we were very quick to realize even before the events in Thessaly or in Rhodos or in Evros took place. Quite recently, I read an article in which the author made reference to a report by a study by a top Swiss organization, according to which in the first 6 months of 2023, damages by natural disasters amounted to $120 billion. Okay. Suggesting that if this was valid, this comment this reference was not accidental. It had to do with the fact that something extraordinary happened. And this is exactly what we found out this year, even before Daniel hit us. Daniel is currently still developing, and we see the aftermath in Thessaly. In 2022, I'm talking about the winter from 2022 to 2023, in December, we have had a temperature of close to 20 degrees. That was not normal, not something that happens often. We have had a lot of rainfalls in May, and in June we have had this prolonged heat wave, characterized as the longest heat wave of the past years. So we realized that what people call climatic change is ongoing, and the IANOS, the phenomenon 2 years ago, has been the precursor of that. Then we had the 2021 heavy snowfalls. These extreme weather conditions generated circumstances that led our budget off track. In 2021, we built an ad hoc state grant scheme funded by the Ministry of Finance, because our regulation would not cover for all these damages originally. So in the past years, we realized that ELGA, our organization, either because of our own regulation or as a result of an ad hoc program or other tools, we had to pay no less than 1 billion euros to producers and farmers, which was the proof that things have changed. Conditions are different now. And this is why the political leaders made certain announcements, and one of the first was to review the regulation of operations of our organization in order to ensure our viability. And this had to do with how we pay claims after the risk, after the hazard takes place. Because as I said before, what we do primarily is we are an insurance entity. But it is in our scope also to actively protect the animal stock, the plant stock, the production, etc. Since 1995, following the law 2342, our organization is also allowed to take preventive measures using all technological means in order to reduce or even to completely avoid and protect against damages to the animal stock and other productions. Since then, we have the technical program from the Protection Against Hail, which is being unfolded and deployed in northern Greece. We have important crops and very frequent hail. This is, we have 2 radars and 3 airplanes that are leased on a circular basis, and they are based in Thessaloniki. We have the radars, we have the airplanes, so we can monitor the whole place and identify if there are clouds bearing hail, and the airplanes are instructed to take off and shoot specific bullets of with specific with some specific compounds based on argent, in order to stop the hail. Also, in order to protect fair competition in the future agricultural development program, it's the ANSRF branch of the Common Agricultural Plan. We will include in this program 2 self-owned radars, so we can have our own counter-hail system in Greece. The same kind of procurement will take place by the Greek Meteorological Service with new radars and new airplanes. So we decided to draft the specifications together so both services can make full use of the information provided by all radars. So our organization will have more than these 2 radars owned by us. we will have access to the radars owned by the Meteorological Service and vice versa. As a result, we will be able to have active protection to the entire country, or at least to the largest part of it. Allow me to highlight that and to stress that in the national program against hail, apart from averting hail, we also have a provision in order to generate rainfalls. So we can also create rainfalls as a result of using these silver-based bullets to the cloud. That's what happened in Beijing during the Olympic Games. So there was a process there which was quite successful to disperse the clouds and avoid rainfalls. There was something like that in the past so far, but the mere prospect of having something like that as a means of active protection against drought is very, very meaningful, because as a vice president of the Hellenic Organization of Agricultural Insurances and as a person coming from Corinthia, it's very important because we see in the past years that we have a huge issue with the scarcity of water. And I think that this is something affecting in the entire continental part of the entire mainland of our country. I think it is also noteworthy that we have another program against hail that will be launched using land means, not aeroplanes. We already have that. This new program will be funded it will be fully funded 100% by the Agricultural Growth Program. It's a program that has been launched in Bordeaux of France already in the past, and we hope to have it. So we will have this program also in northern Greece as well. Last component of active protection and active prevention is the so-called counter-hail networks and anti-glacier funds, freely translated. That's something that we used to have in the past, and now it's part of the new agricultural growth program, funded by 80% for Greek producers and farmers. It's very, very important to have this program in place and perhaps extend it even more. So, ending. Active protection is here. It exists as a specific duty in the scope of ELGA, of our organization, but we do what we do in a monopoly, as a monopoly. The fact that there is a lack of the private sector, the private insurance sector, I mean, in offering coverage for agricultural production and animal stock is something that does not allow for hopes to be created. Although it's something we truly need, we truly want that, the private sector in covering agriculture and plant production is not something that doesn't exist. I think it's a bit discouraged and put off by what is happening over the past years, showing that the catastrophe and the disasters are escalating, so it's putting them off. Last but not least, active protection as a part of our duties should be merged, integrated in a wider civil protection mechanism, not just for financial reasons, because many say we have many regions who ask for the counter-hail scheme to become extended and cover their area as well. But this would have been extremely difficult for our budget. But this is not the only reason why this duty and any other related duty when it comes to active protection should be placed under the scope of the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Civil Protection, the Ministry of Agricultural Development, and the Ministry of Defense once again. Thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Yanis, can I up and warn you that I will keep you to your time.
I will try to be brief.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Ioannis Gitas from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I don't see many foresters today. Thank you. Your invitation was an honor to me. But I will try to take this opportunity also to say some things related to the role of the Forest Service in the whole process. So the title, can I convert on, I will convert in Greek, if there's not a problem.
So my contribution, after thanking the organizers for the invitation, this invitation has been extremely honoring for a university professor who is dealing with forestry and natural environment, which lies at the heart of the problem of wildfires, the problem of floodings. So my contribution has to do with how we reduce the risks of wildfires. And I'd like, in a nutshell, to present you three frameworks, three contexts: the risks, B, technological solutions, and C, I will try to share with you a proposal that, of course, affects our own country, but it may also be applicable in other countries. So the problem for us, for the scientists, with respect to wildfire risk reduction is not technological. We have artificial intelligence, we have the technology, all this new stuff. They are here and ready to serve science. The problem for us is conceptual. So, more than 30 work groups at the European and the global level, because we have JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Union is also part of that. We have people from Australia, we have Canadians, Americans, and of course many Europeans, scientists dealing with this issue for the past 30 years or so. So we tried to quantify things, because science is about numbers. As the previous speaker said, Yorgos Boustas, Professor Boustas, with whom we are partners in this project. So what we tried to do was the following. We tried to build a common indicator for the very first time so we can quantify risks or hazard, actually. That's a very complicated process which has to take into account environmental, social, financial, and other parameters. So the final outcome, most of the colleagues involved in building this integrated risk index for wildfire risks, this is the outcome. I don't want to go into detail, but I'll just give you the main important things. A, you have to understand what a wildfire risk is. What is it related to? So a wildfire has two characteristics: its start point and how it expands, it propagates. So these are the components of the risk. The risk is one of the three parameters involved in the IRI, the Integrated Risk Indicator. The second component is the exposure parameter, which means to what extent the ecosystems are exposed to the wildfire risk. And the third parameter, a group of parameters, has to do with the vulnerability. Vulnerability is linked to potential hazards and resilience. You can see that on the slide. Actually, there is an article published internationally in an open source magazine back in March 2023. This article shows the outcome of this 2-year effort by 35 colleagues and groups I mentioned before. Let me move on. So this is a slide on risk assessment. The risk reduction is something else. But first, we have to understand how we quantify the risk. If we don't quantify the risk and the wildfire, we cannot start drafting policies. That's how we see it, at least. Now, let me give you some technological examples that has to do with the so-called forest fuels, because the fire fuel or the forest fuel is something you can manage. You cannot actually manage the weather immediately. In our case, the forestry experts have to deal with the forest fuels as a way to prevent wildfires. So, for years, and there has been efforts in the past, both at national and EU level, to have these maps of forest fuels showing how the plantation is being burned. they show us how the plants get burned. I mean, this is the original content which you need in order to start building your prevention mechanism. Second point, if you look to the right, fire EU risk. This is the outcome of our work. And this outcome, this result has already been included in the European Forest Wildfire Information System. This is a best practice. This is the outcome of a very good initiative taken by Greeks. Talking about technologies. It's not about the technology. I said it before, I will say it again. The problem for us has to do with the concepts. So we can have a full understanding of the problem in order to tackle with it. Here, you see LiDAR data coming from airborne sensors or sensors built in UAVs. So one, the state actually, can find out what are the houses, the properties in danger in urban or semi-urban areas, and how close the trees are to the properties, or if they are actually touching the houses, which means danger. This is very useful information in order for the state to know, for the residents to know, and also for taxing them, if you like that. Actually, it's also a very good piece of information for the insurance company, because my house is actually in touch with the trees, with the branches. So it has to be insured. There's a cost involved. Okay, everything is related to economy. Another thing, this is the one. Defensible space. We have to define certain rules. This rule comes from the European Union, from the US, apologies, not the European Union. It is very easy for the government to check whether specific measures are in place, especially in areas where houses are in danger of wildfires. We have Zone A, there's no high plantation there, no high trees, and there is Zone B with not dense plantation, so one can reduce the disaster risk. There is a reduced risk for wildfire to set out. And another huge problem has to do with the PPC power lines. We have to monitor them. Where are the trees? Are they close to the electricity pillars? Are the cables touching on trees? We have to have updated maps. The state has to give a solution to that. Technology is here. Here it is. It's not something that we built. We have it ready and we're just using it. My end point. In Greece, where actually our country for the past 100 years has applied the European standard on forest management by means of forest management studies. They have a 10-year horizon. That's not something we started. We copied what others used to do. But these forest management plans deal with forests as single units that are being managed as a whole, so we can adjust them to the climate change. We're talking about comprehensive, integrated plans, and there's no way that a society is considered to be a modern one without taking into account climate change when it comes to building these plans, because civil protection. So it should not be something standalone. It should be part of these plans. And we also have to adapt nature-based solutions. And of course, we have to make sure that the things we're doing may be updatable continuously. So if we have an emergency, these studies may be updated again and again. That's my ending point. And I'd like to thank you for your invitation.
Well, that was fascinating. I'm so sorry to have to rush us along, because I could have listened to a lot more of that. But we do have to move on. Our next panel is ready. So please do join me just once more thanking our panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
No photographer, so I think we've got away with it this time. Let's move straight along then to our next panel. This is a really, again, another real... I thought we were free, but we're not. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Who's your question for? Sorry? Yeah, okay. I think our panelists are going to be around for a while, so you can address them as the time comes. We're moving from one tremendously important topic to another. Again, very much contrasting with what we've spoken about so far. This is a new theme for the day, but a tremendously important one. Forced migration due to natural disasters. Now, I'm going to be triggered every time I say natural disaster now. I'm going to think that's the wrong phrase. But anyway, we all know what we mean. Every time we have a natural disaster that interacts with humans, the humans lose, and they move as a result. We're going to talk about some of the issues that arise from that, and we have a great panel. I'm really privileged to be joined by the Deputy Minister of Migration and Asylum for Greece, Sofia Voultepsi. Please come up and join me. Laurent Alfonso, who's the Senior Advisor for Civil Protection at the Union for the Mediterranean. You're very welcome. Please come and join us. Achilleos Tsemos, who is the General Director for Greece of Médecins Sans Frontières. You're very welcome. If any of us are taken ill, we'll feel well protected. And we have George Mitri, who is the Professor of Environmental Sciences, Director of Land and Natural Resource Program at the Institute of the Environment, University of Balamand in Lebanon. Very welcome. And Mikhail Ribenvik-Kassa, who is the Chair and the Management Board of Anden Foundation and the former Director General of the Swedish Migration Agency. So again, a diverse and multinational panel to talk about what is an extraordinarily important issue. I'm going to hand straight across to you, Deputy Minister, for your opening thoughts on this, please.
Thank you. Shall I go?
Please, wherever you're most comfortable.
Kalispera.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank The Economist for providing me with the opportunity to be with you, and let me share with you some good news. Because I come from a family of survivors. That's why I'm always optimistic about life. Otherwise, you can't move on. One part of my family were survivors of the Pontian genocide. My aunt, Sofia, was the only one who made it to Greece. 8 relatives were killed. Her husband, her children, 4 children were executed, and her brothers as well. And my father was in Cephalonia fighting the Germans on the mountains, and he took part in the deadliest battles against the Germans. He managed to survive, and he also managed to survive all other challenges for Greece following the Second World War for 25 years. So I think I am the paradigm of resilience myself, because we are here with our degrees, with our studies, moving forward in life, able to discuss. So let me start with some good news. Because we just found out that a program which we implement in the Ministry of Migration and Asylum in the context of the RRF. This program has to do with training refugees and migrants in dealing with natural disasters and emergencies. This program has been included in the cover text, in the State of the Union address of President von der Leyen. Page 80, actually. It also includes some photos of the program. So allow me to say that all the trainings we carried out in the refugee camps, again, for training them how to deal with wildfires, emergencies, etc., in this extremely challenging summertime with all wildfires. As a result of that, we never had to use resources of the National Fire Brigade, because it was the refugees themselves who took on the duty of patrolling the camps against wildfires, etc., taking care of their own safety. So, undoubtedly, we are dealing with an issue that, especially this summertime, has touched us very severely, and throughout Europe and of course in Greece, we really felt its impact. And I would say that currently we are at a boiling point. But I also have some bad news, because I want to be realistic, because I'm mainly a journalist, as you know. In the past years, all those of us who have been involved with the refugee crisis, we understand more and more that the fight against climate change has been lost. The signs were there, but we kept on losing battles. We lost the battle in Africa, we lost the battle in Asia, we lost the battle in Latin America and the Middle East. There is no place on the planet where there is no warfare or a civil war raging. We have millions of people leaving their homes. At the same time, the climate crisis turns out to be even deadlier than fights on the field of war. We have something that drives people out of their houses at at an exponential rate. Flooding, earthquakes, etc. In 2022, we have broken a record of displaced people. We have 18 million people from Ukraine, plus 5 million people coming from African countries as a result of the Sudan civil war within 5 months. So we're talking about, in total, 110 million people right now are considered potential migrants moving aiming at reaching Europe. In Africa, we have had 8 coups in 3 years. In the area of Sahel, we have fighting taking place right now. We have jihadists prevailing, and the recent coup in Niger lifted the last obstacle before these waves reach Europe. Currently, we have the jihadists burning down the crops, destroying the last fields where people could have, let's say, cultivate in order to earn a living. The US has abandoned Africa since the Trump era, and Europeans and the United Nations are now forced to evacuate Africa, and the mercenaries of Wagner are replacing them. Natural disasters, extreme natural phenomena, droughts, heat waves, scarcity of water, and destruction of power lines as a result of acts of God, as we call them, setting hospitals out of order, while at the same time we have Shabab and Boko Haram and other terrorist groups raging attacks, abuses, and other violations of do not leave people unaffected. Last year, we have had 8.3 million people from Somalia, almost half of their population, currently need emergency humanitarian aid. They have been displaced as a result of the drought, and they are living currently in camps. After 5 consecutive periods of destructive rainfalls, we now have 1.5 Somalis displaced, most of them being women and children. So the pressure on the Mediterranean basin is immense. All countries of the European South, including Greece, have something to say about that. In Afghanistan, things are not better because we have the Taliban regime placing us under pressure. Currently, Afghanistan is facing the 3rd year in a row of scarce water resources, no crops, water resources have reached their limits, their watering system and the irrigation system is inexistent, there is no potable water, and climate change is currently threatening this country with a food supply crisis. We're talking about more than 15 million people. Although one of the drivers of migration is the climatic phenomena as a result of the climate crisis, despite the fact that we have extreme natural disasters such as earthquakes. We saw what's going on right now in Morocco, droughts, flooding, desertification, rise of the sea level. All these things will affect the lives of millions of people. However, despite that, the European Union, allow me to say, used to be in the previous chapter, one step behind. In today's speech, Mrs. von der Leyen is highlighting the issue, it seems that the engine has been turned on, to put it like that, because the European Union should stop trying solving problems of the past. These problems should have been solved already in order to move on with a single policy, comprehensive policy vis-à-vis the problems of the present and the future. Apparently, we all know what the threats of the future are. Actually, they belong to the present. We have all been made aware that in the coming 30 years, 1.2 billion people, the so-called environmental refugees, migrants, will have to move. We know that natural disasters displace 10 times more people than warfare. We are reading the forecast of the World Bank, according to which 216 million people will be displaced internally, within their countries that is, by 2050. We are listening to the scientists, and here we have some important scientists invited, who keep on saying that human displacement because of natural drivers will reach a scale never seen in the past. So it's not enough to say that the climate change is really high in the agenda of the European Union. It's not enough to have the early warning mechanisms within the European Union. Truth be told, European Green Deal has placed the issue of mitigating the climate change quite high in the agenda of political leaders. And at the same time, people keep on talking about the decrease of the greenhouse emissions and the so-called grid path that the European member states should follow. But what are the reflexes of European Union when it comes to resilience and reaction to this state of affairs? How is the European Union trying to plan its reaction to the consequences of climate crisis? What will happen with the environmental or non-environmental migrants reaching our shores? How are they to support the countries of first reception of the migrants? These are issues not replied yet, or maybe the reply sometimes is fragmented or partial. So, dear President of the meeting, dear organizers, thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to raise all these issues. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Laurent, I'm going to pass along to you, ask you to stick to your 5 minutes if you could, and let's hear your words. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was great.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So thank you for the organizers, The Economist, for inviting me to participate to this session. It's for me a great privilege and an honor to be with you this afternoon in Thessaloniki. So I will share with you some slides, some illustration to illustrate my purpose. That will be quite short, to be sure to be on time and respect the time frame. And I will deliver a speech based on my background, which is civil protection as a senior advisor at the Union for the Mediterranean. So when a territory is affected by a natural disaster, whatever it is, and unfortunately the palette is wide, the resident populations will suffer the induced effects immediately or in the longer term. The probability of being impacted by a natural disaster in the world is increasing, and no one is spared, regardless of the continent, urban or rural. The World Bank Groundswell that my previous colleague mentioned report informs us that nearly 200 million people could be affected by 2050, which is tomorrow. Climate change exacerbates the consequences of disaster in frequency, intensity, and magnitude, as it has been previously mentioned in the previous sessions, but in a disordered and sometimes inconsistent manner, making prediction difficult. The UNDRA report, Human Cost in Disaster, shares very detailed statistical data on disasters of the last 20 years. It is storms, extreme temperature, and floods that kill the most after earthquakes. For a disaster to lead to population displacement, it will depend on its typology, intensity, magnitude, affected area, impact, consequences, damage, momentum, and the resilience of the population and authorities at all levels of governance. Veronica Casartelli, a researcher on the Euro-Mediterranean Center on Climate Change, in her thesis describes the case to understand how can lead to conflict and of any kind related to climate change. The science of attribution is recent. The multifactorial, systemic, and holistic causes are part of established balances and dynamics. I want to draw attention to the black box effect, climate shocks, and threshold effects. The Peace Research Institute in Oslo highlights the causal, cumulative, and vicious links that lead to unbundling of the peace, security, stability, development nexus. We will have the opportunity probably to exchange shortly after, but from my perspective and prism of civil protection, I would like to highlight the following key points: climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction means to develop public policies in this direction with financial planning. Geographical approach, considering the vulnerability of territories and issues with a view to business continuity, considering the neighbors. Anticipation and early warning system, have tools and instruments to detect and monitor weak signals to make predictions, using the best available technologies from satellite to social networks. Risk assessment, to identify, assess, and analyze conventional and emerging risks, such as biotics, invasive species, locust, agricultural and forestry pests, or oasis fires, for example, that we will find in the Euro-Mediterranean region. Governance, national civil protection systems and frameworks, to be coherent, realistic, and efficient governance at all levels, from local to national, including cross-border and international cooperation, that our friend Kobe Wimisberg highlights so brilliantly during his presentation. And last but not least, platforms of exchange. Involve all stakeholders in the management and risk reduction phases of disaster, interministerial agencies, institutions, civil society organizations, communities, and citizens. Serides and Professor Boustras from Cyprus is one of the main examples of the main actors and stakeholders in the region. And finally, the Union for the Mediterranean is working in this way and supporting projects related to the above-mentioned items, supported by countries like France and Portugal, represented here with Monsieur Royer and State Secretary Mrs. Patricia Gaspar. So thank you so much for your attention, and if disasters are better organized than we have not lost the fight yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm going to move right along to Mikhail because he has to leave at some point quite soon. So with your permission, I'll hand straight across to you.
No presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Michael Ribbenvik, and I was the former Director General of the Swedish Migration Agency for 7 years. I'm also the chairman of the EUAA, the European Asylum Agency, the chairman of the board. But I'm mainly here as a representative of the advisory committee of the Andan Foundation. This means if I say something controversial, I will be speaking as a former Director General, because then I'm free to say what I want. If I say something about the European Union, I will do that as chair of the management board. And when I contribute with solutions to this maybe insolvable problem, I will be speaking for the Andan Foundation. Anyway, so as we heard, it's grim prospects. I'm no expert in climate change, obviously, but I just remember when I was young and my mom said, you have to put the paper with the paper and the plastic with the plastic because of your grandchildren, for their sake. It was difficult, you know, my grandchildren. And then a few years along, you do it for your children. And now suddenly we're in the middle of it. It's not for our grandchildren or children that we do this. We do it for ourselves because we are right up in it. And we've been for a while, actually. If you look at refugees or displaced persons, the number between 2008 to 2021 was 374 million people displaced because of natural disasters. Now, people don't stay displaced very long when it comes to natural disasters. So the net figure of those 374 million is 8 million that never returned home. So, you know, when the fire stops, the flooding dries out, or the earthquakes subsides, people mostly go back home. But still, the net was 8 million. And as we heard the Deputy Minister saying, the World Bank, the prognosis is 200 million displaced in coming years. So this is, it's here, it's happening. And it's very difficult to say sometimes what is the cause of forced migration, because many times the climate change leads to scarcity. Scarcity leads to conflict, and conflict leads to migration. There are many researchers that say that the Syrian conflict had its roots in climate change. I don't know, but I know a lot of people had to flee from Syria. So we know the problem. What's the solution? Well, I'm humbled to even be asked the question, because who knows? I think everybody here sits with their little puzzle. But if we look at the legal remedies that sometimes come up in the debate, I have to be very pessimistic. I was Director for Legal Affairs for many years, and if we look at the remedies, do you have resettlement, that you can move people that are in a very desperate situation to another country? This is totally voluntarily. There's not many countries participating in this, and the participating countries are actually lowering their numbers. Sweden, the country I came from, last year had 5,000 places available for this program. This year, 900. So that is, sometimes they say it's a drop in an ocean, but it's very important drops, however, because every drop is one person. But I don't think that's the comprehensive solution. Then some people say we need to change the Refugee Convention. That's not going to happen. It won't, and if we will ever open up the convention, I think it would be more restricted than opening it up. So everybody's afraid that if we open it up, there will be less protection, not more protection. National laws is also suggested, and here's an example, because Sweden actually amended the law in 1996 to allow for environmental refugees. I remember after the earthquake in Haiti, and the question came up, I think I was Director for Legal Affairs, and I said, can we do something here? And then the first stepping stone was, but what is an environmental refugee? This is a natural disaster. It's not an environmental, so just the definition was problematic. But the case was, we had, during these years, we had 140 cases where this was invoked. And we had one person who got refugee status on this ground. And that, when we looked at that, it also happened to be a mal-registration, so it actually was 0. Sweden then repealed this law in 2021, so it's no longer. So I don't think countries will do this. On the European level, we do have the Migration Pact that seems like it's moving forward. That is more a response within the Union. Like in 2015, a lot of people moved through Greece, ended up in Germany and Sweden. Now it's vice versa. The northern countries say you have to take care of everything in the Mediterranean. And neither solution is particularly good. So maybe the migration pact can increase the solidarity between the member states, we'll see, but it won't solve the big problem. So for the refugees, you will see that there will be an increased need in the world, but I think that many countries around the world, including EU, will not make it easier. So the refugee will be between a rock and a hard place. So the solution, well, there's no solution, but maybe one little puzzle, and what I'm talking about here from the Andan Foundation, which is a Swiss non-profit organization. It has the vision that, you know, how you could do 100 years ago, you could move to US and build a new life. Or Australia. There were vast territories for a while that was open for people that needed to leave, who wanted to build a new future. Today, there are no such territories, and what is offered today is refugee camps. And the average stay in a refugee camp is 17 years. And there's tremendous efforts to take care of these camps, I mean, with water, food, everything. It's good, you know, that's really good. UNHCR is making a really good work with this. There could be schools, there could be everything. But there's one part missing, and that is you are just kept there. You are kept there on an average for 17 years. So the part that's missing is every human being wants to, you know, build their life, do something with their life, get kids and develop. So the vision of Andan is to build global cities. And it is a vision, very difficult vision, but to create a city where there's nothing, like Brasilia or something. This needs to be its own jurisdiction, like a sub-entity of a country, but where people would be welcome. They can't go back to their country, they have been displaced, and they can build their future there. And we're working very hard for this, and we'll see what happens because it is quite visionary, but that could be one part of the puzzle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Feel free to stay with us for as long as you can. That's absolutely fascinating solution, and as you say, quite visionary. Achilleas, forgive me for bumping you down the order.
Good afternoon to everyone. Congratulations to the economists for this great initiative and for the invitation. I'd like to start saying that I hear about the connection between the climate change and the displacement of the people. This presupposes that there is a linear relation between all these elements. However, migration is a system that is much more complex than that. Just like climate change is a multi-layered component, and it's difficult to predict. I think it would be safer to say that the climate crisis is a factor that exacerbates the already existing adverse conditions prevailing in wider areas of the planet and is already forcing thousands of people to leave their homes. What are these conditions? So we're talking about countries that are economically weak. They have high inequality rates, political instability, ethnic and racial tension, social and political discrimination, health systems collapsing, and perhaps most importantly, something that has already been mentioned, internal civil armed conflicts and wider interstate warfare. It is characteristic that all the most environmentally vulnerable countries more than 60% of them are affected by some time of this armed conflict. These countries are unable to cope with the consequences of an environmental disaster, which can cause food and water shortage, impossibility of earning a living, outbreak of specific diseases and epidemics such as malaria and cholera, and of course a crisis in public health systems, and which of course leads to the displacement of populations. So what are the types of the natural disasters that lead to migration and displacement? There are many models that classify the natural disasters depending on whether they are short-term or long-term, etc. I want to focus, however, on the human factor. We have over 50 years experience in most of the countries where we're active, and what we've seen is that the vast majority of the people do not want to leave their houses. They want to stay where they are. And the most common response to a natural disaster is the transfer of the population to a safe place nearby in order for them to go back to their homes when conditions allow it and to adapt to a new environmental reality, or else, if this is not possible, to stay there, nearby. Of course, this is not always possible. There are exceptions, and very often they do not depend on environmental factors. Let me give you an example. For example, the COVID-19, we know that there was high mortality among people with underlying diseases. Therefore, the natural disaster can affect more the regions that do not have representatives in the central state, or areas that have shortage of resources, or that suffer discrimination, exclusion, etc. These areas, these communities may be trapped due to a natural disaster and may not have the choice to move away or stay in their homes. For example, Darfur, what happened in a very simplified way is that there has been an increase in the population in the 70s and 80s, and then an extensive draft in the 90s. This led many farmers and animal stock breeding farmers to have tensions, to have conflicts between them. And when the government took a decision in favor of the one or the other, the environmental crisis became a religious and racial conflict, which we all know how it ended. There were over 2 million people that were displaced as a result of this, and there were many people that lost their lives. These people did not go very far. They were displaced from their homes, then had to go to refugee camps, most of them in Darfur, living under very bad conditions, and some of them fled to Chad and stayed there. Very few of them decided to migrate, and ever since they lived in these camps 30 years later. And the history now repeats itself. So it's important to say at this point that from the vulnerable communities which face many more consequences, very few of them will take the risk to migrate. Those, on the other hand, who are vulnerable, elderly, women, children, people with health problems, will find it very difficult to migrate. They are stuck there. They can either go front or behind. So they rely on selected members of their communities, and these stronger member of their communities undertake the responsibility to move away and maybe find ways to support those who are left behind. We believe that the climate refugee or migrant is not a strategic decision that is depending on environmental and other factors. It is a forced migration from the home, and it is happening violently, and it leads these people to life under very bad conditions. We think that the asylum system must be developed, and more resources must be invested on the reinsertion systems. But what happens in reality is exactly the opposite. I will mention an example from Europe. Even though needs increase, the legal framework becomes increasingly narrower, and principles of the rule of law are being questioned, and we see that compared to the resources invested in referral tools, the resources in this field are very few, limited. So the citizens and EU citizens and governments have decided to invest more on referral tools and violent in order to keep these people away from the European borders. As a result of these policies, as we all know, thousands of people have drowned in the Mediterranean, and reports of incidents, violent incidents in Europe and outside Europe have increased radically. And also, what is worrying is that political leaderships rather than explaining the benefits of migration, opt for an easier route. They demonize actually the migration, and history has demonstrated where this can lead. And we have recent incidents in Cyprus, Tunisia, and other parts of the globe. To conclude, if we want to be on the right side of history, we want to change course and to invest more on integration policy and retraining education of the people. The current approach neither tackles the challenges of the climate changes, but it also punishes those who dare to envision a brighter future. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank The Economist and the organizers for the kind invitations. It's always a great pleasure to be back to Thessaloniki, where I did part of my postgraduate studies more than 20 years ago. So this event actually is taking place in the Summer of Records, as it was previously said, and in reference to a recent statement by the UNDRR. There were many unprecedented disasters and events this year. Most recent disaster was in Libya, where more than 5,200 people were killed. by floods, and currently there are more than 1,100,000 missing people still until this moment. So behind every record-breaking rainfall, temperatures, wildfires, there are severely affected communities struggling with food scarcity, displacement, economic and environmental damages. It is an escalating global crisis indeed. There are destruction of home infrastructures, scarce resources, disrupted economies, and reduced access to even very basic services. And this in turn creates what's called a domino effect. So one problem leading to another, one disaster leading to another. So it's not about a standalone disaster leading to people move and being displaced to other places. It's that domino effect, which also we experienced that in Lebanon, and I'm going to reflect that later on. So, and in this context, we're now very often hearing the word climate security. This is a term that we have started to hear very often and more in 2023, especially after the year 2022, where the world experienced both one of the warmest years on record and the highest number of violent conflict since the inception of the United Nations. So according to the latest IPCC report, approximately 3.6 billion people already live in contexts that are highly vulnerable to climate change. And that's really a big number. And in the future, by 2030, it's going to even to get worse. So some of the common climate-induced risks to peace and security, mainly competition over limited resources. So in 2022, nearly 260 million people in around 60 countries faced acute food insecurity, and more millions of people faced starvation, around 35 million people. And in countries affected by conflict and fragility, the impact is even worse and is amplified. Mass displacement also by 2050, actually, climate change could force 216 million people to move within their own countries. Water scarcity, low crop productivity, and rising sea levels will shape the trajectory of displacement and relocations for the next half century, and speeding forced displacement while worsening existing tensions and creating even new ones. And as people move and they are displaced, they often cross international boundaries, and this presents another challenge for both, actually, migrant, the environmental refugees, and hosting nations. And the influx of displaced population can strain resources, challenge social cohesions, and necessitate international cooperation. So how we can help, how the situation can be made less intense. Definitely responses to climate change should align with conflict prevention and peace-building actions. Again, in reference to the sixth assessment report of the IPCC, it recognizes that climate solution can offer what we call new avenues to build peace in conflict-prone regions that are vulnerable to climate change. Even addressing climate change or climate-induced risk to peace and security requires a holistic approach. And we have seen that this should rely on collaboration between the climate and environmental fields and know-how on one hand, and the peace and security ones on the other. And this is very challenging, believe me, because we have been facing that and experiencing that for the past at least 10 years. Coordinating such efforts is challenging, and there are many other challenges. Also in solutions and ways to help, we need definitely to work on adaptation and mitigation, and this is another topic now of discussion, and we count much on the upcoming COP28, which will take place in the Emirates, where actually we look on how commitments will be translated into actions on the ground. But I would like also to highlight more the issue of humanitarian aid and assistance and financial matters that are needed, which remain very disconnected and insufficient to meet the needs. Again, if I want to refer to a very recent study conducted by UNDP, it shows how between 2014 and 2021, extremely fragile states received only $2.1 per person in multilateral climate finance compared to $161 per person for non-fragile states. So the shift is very big. There must be an increase in international aid, specifically to the most fragile states. And of course, investing in innovative solutions and climate-resilient infrastructure. I want to refer back to my colleague. He talked also just to give some examples on concrete examples on the underscoring actually the intricate relationship between natural disasters, conflict, and migrations in the Mediterranean, specifically in the region, Lebanon, Syria. If we take the example of the Syrian war and conflict-induced migrations, it's not solely caused by a natural disaster. So the ongoing conflict still until present has resulted in significant displacement of people. The conflict was fueled in part, and again, I repeat, in part, by a prolonged drought that led to the displacement of rural populations to move to urban area, straining resources and exacerbating the tensions in these cities. And this conflict-induced migrations has led millions of Syrians to seek refuge in neighboring Mediterranean countries, including Lebanon, where the country hosted around 2 million refugees. For a small country like Lebanon, with 500 million, 600 million citizens, you can imagine almost half of the population now is refugees. With very limited resources, this in turn creates tension in the country, and that's actually what we have been trying to study and assess. And we did a lot of modeling, a lot of studies at the watershed level, because that's the unit where we can do very good assessment, vulnerability assessment, actually, where we measured exposure, sensitivity, and adaptive capacity, because that's the key word. And we were able to model hotspot areas that actually have been subject to increased tensions, increased internal conflicts, and local to national displacement. And these were the areas actually where we have a large number of refugees, where we start seeing unprecedented natural disasters like fires, floods, land degradations, outbreaks of pests and diseases in forests because of all these changing environmental conditions. In 2020, it was the first time we see forest fires burning in cedar forest, above 2,000 meters above sea level. These areas have never experienced fire in their history. So the situation is very crucial, and when we projected these conditions in the future, it turned to be very dramatic quantitatively. Just I want to say that adaptive capacity is key in solving a lot of problems, and we can work on that in order to reduce the impact of climate or climate-related disasters on very vulnerable communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That was absolutely fascinating. Thanks very much. We're pretty much out of time. I don't really mind, because they've been fabulous presentations, every one of them. I've found them really, really fascinating, and you've sort of interacted through your presentations. But I do want to put one question to you, and I'm going to try and be brief in phrasing my question. I'm going to ask you to try and be very, very brief in responding. And this is really the question of the public acceptance, country by country, of the impact at a national level of the influx of refugees and climate migrants. I mean, there's so much we could talk about in this respect, but this one aspect, social acceptance of what needs to be done. You know, we can all come up with solutions. How do you persuade your national public to accept the sacrifice that ultimately needs to be made in order to accommodate migration? Can I start with you?
Let me tell you, I think there is no such problem in Greece. There has never been such a problem. There has never been a problem of racism or non-acceptance of refugees. Greece has experienced of being a refugee many, many times. So I think the conditions of the past years have been mainly due to the anarchy in our country between 2015 and 2019, when 1.5 million people entered a country that has been tormented by financial crisis and the bailout agreements, and this caused certain reaction. That's why many times I keep on telling to my friends, including the Médecins Sans Frontières, the Doctors Without Frontiers, who have still to reply, how many millions of people can Greece and Europe withstand? Because Achilles, that's great, but you have to give me a number. If you don't tell me the figure, okay, the rules become stricter. Okay, less strict. Okay, I want a figure, I want a number. Greece may accommodate this amount of people. So I believe that there were two ideological fixations who clashed. On the one hand, everyone who wants to get in, he may get in. There are no frontiers, no boundaries. And the other fixation, on the other hand, that says no one gets in. And you have the people who are in the middle who want to find a solution, and they were just they were in an imbalance. So we cannot find a solution in any of these extremes, because experience has shown that the extremes keep on fueling each other. Politically speaking, the far left says something. This doesn't affect the people in the center, but the far right avails itself of that. That's why soon in Europe we're going to have a lot of problems, because you know that far right is galloping. This is not to the benefit of the refugees or the countries of the European South, because the countries of the North, where these refugees have no access to, will close their borders. Very simple, because the far right will prevail. So the entire burden will be shouldered by the countries of the South. We have the European elections soon. We will see new things coming in.
Much, Laurent.
Well, from my perspective as a civil protection expert, I will not be very competent in terms of social analysis, but just can observe what happen when there are displacement of population from one country to another. So create for, I mean, have to take in account the increase of person in certain areas. So as you know, the principle of civil protection is based on the human induced risk, or better say, human creating risks. So we are aware of this increasing population in some areas regarding the moment to adapt our systems of civil protection to take care of this person. So this is the first response. And on the other side, civil protection in every country works on cooperation, international cooperation, whatever, regional, sub-regional, or international cooperation, to cope with this movement of population, to try to detect, to understand, and as we are doing at the Union for Mediterranean, to work on the nexus, peace, stability, and security, promoting so platform of exchange to avoid this displacement of population. Of course, it's more easy to say than to do, but this is a reality of international cooperation. And cross-border cooperation is also very important. And when I say cross-border cooperation, not only terrestrial borders, but maritime borders also sometimes is not really considered. So that's it for me from my civil protection perspective.
Thank you. Achilles, very briefly, please.
Allow me to say, we do agree on the imbalance between the degree of impact that the migration flows have on the European member states. There is an imbalance. And there is no adequate solidarity, if you like, as one might expect by member states. Second point, lots of studies have shown that, generally speaking, humans are open to migration as long as this is not abrupt, as long as it's not of high scale, of large scale, and very quick. So if this takes place in an orchestrated way, in a planned way, then people are easier to accommodate, to go along with that. So that's the operational part, which at some point we have to improve it, because currently we are not where we should be in this regard. Third point, as I said before, training and raising awareness of our population, the public opinion. Talking about the benefits, for instance. It is quite telling that xenophobia is something most evidently manifested in countries where they haven't seen a single refugee. So it has to do how the political leaders present themselves, how they exploit the fears that are inner, the fear towards an alien, in order to take some political benefits out of that and try to distract public opinion from other issues which the government might not be able or might not want to resolve. And I'm talking about the countries to our northern than Greece. So I don't know if I gave you a reply, but certainly there are ways in which we could be more creative and more sincere, so that we can both stand up to the challenges and at the same time listen to what the European Union citizens have to say to us.
Can you give me a response in 2 or 3 sentences? 2 preferably.
Yeah, I'll be quick actually. Just to answer your question, I believe there is no one-size-fits-all answer to that. It's, I mean, what might be acceptable in one country, it probably could not be acceptable at all in other countries. And even within the same country, this, cohesion and acceptance might change from one place to another, and it changes also in time, not only in space. So what might have been acceptable before 2019 in Lebanon, because we had, it was financially, economically, the country in good shapes. Then after 2019, we had this economic and monetary crisis. Then everything really turned upside down. So that means that, now with 2 million additional refugees to the population, it put a lot of pressure on very limited resources, on water resources, in the solid waste sector, in the power sector, and that's something that now touches directly and immediately the livelihood of locals. That's why it becomes really very challenging to work on acceptability and cohesion within the communities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mikhail, I think we can take Sweden to be a country further to the north. So what are your thoughts on this?
Well, my first thought is I'm very happy that I'm a civil servant, because I don't envy politicians. This is a very difficult question. And the polarization, as Sophia was talking about, it's there, and it's also what happens in a country. There's a political saturation, and that's different for different countries. How many? In Sweden, it was 162,000. Then it was politically saturated, and then Sweden changed everything, and now very few are coming. But if we look at the Mediterranean countries, Italy, Malta, Spain, Greece, Cyprus, now they have to bear the unproportional responsibility, and that can't be, not in a union, not in a European Union. And I might say also, I think Greece is doing a tremendous job working to try to manage this. But you're a bit alone, and we try from the EUAA to help, but that is operational help. We need the political solutions. And we'll see how the Migration Pact, if that could impact this, to have a better responsibility sharing within the Union, hopefully.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. I think you'll all agree we could have continued this discussion for many hours, I suspect. I'm extremely grateful to what's been a fabulous panel. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking them. Thank you. Gather for the portrait. Thank you very much. Thank you. Even the photographers are being brief, which is fantastic. Very much appreciated. We're going to move right along to our next. We're a little bit behind time, so we'll try and keep ourselves to time in the next few sessions. Again, another tremendously important and fascinating area, I think. Climate crisis and natural disasters, do they interrelate? Well, obviously they do, not least because over the course of the day, we've almost been talking about the two things interchangeably, climate crisis and natural disasters. And I think in the panel we've just had, we've heard practical examples of how these two things interrelate, not always in obvious ways. So we're going to talk about this in a bit more detail, and I'd like to invite my next panel up onto the stage, beginning with Dionysia Theodora Avgerinopoulou. Wow, that was a hard one. Please come and join us. Apologies if I mangled the name. Manolis Plionis, who's the Professor, Director and President of the Board of Directors at the National Observatory of Athens and a coordinator of Klimpact, which no doubt you'll tell us a little bit about. Dionysia, by the way, I got so pleased with myself for not completely destroying your name that I forgot to say you are MP, Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Environmental Protection. And Faye Makantasi, who is the Research Director at Dianeosis. Perfect. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you all. Please take a seat. Thank you very much. Okay, we know how this goes. I ask you to speak for 5 minutes. You speak for 10. Then there are no questions, and we all rush on, get our picture taken. So should we try and stick to the 5 minutes?
Is it okay with 6 minutes?
6 minutes I can give you, yeah, as long as you start right away.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to this very important summit. So this decade is dedicated to the restoration of the ecosystems, which is the key for the mitigation of the disasters and the natural phenomena and their effects. It also plays a very important role in the prevention of the natural disasters, and it also builds a resilience of the people. So there are very important steps that the man has take in order to survive, and this is the main message for the restoration. And I want to convey this message both from an ecocentric but also the anthropogenic perspective, but mostly from the perspective of the Special Permanent Committee for the Environmental Protection of the Parliament. The ecosystems have been created over the years, over the millennia, and they have their own reasoning and balance. So with the excessive anthropogenic interference, according to the UN Convention for the Climate, the ecosystems are disrupted and do not have the time and the capacity to adjust to the new reality. And as a result, this leads to the natural disasters. Respecting the ecological functions is therefore necessary in order to reduce the intensity of the phenomena and to reverse the climate crisis. Besides, it's the example where an ecologically balanced forest absorbs the rainwater faster and mitigates the floodings. We all know this example. However, there is another recent example in which we didn't take into account the dynamics of the ecosystems. More specifically in Thessaly, in the Thessaly Valley, with adverse effects for each one living there, it became clear that the highest vulnerability points was also the long disruption of the balance of this area, the irrigation of large areas. So the anthropogenic activities in Thessaly over all these years most likely exceeded the carrying capacity of the ecosystem. The ecosystem can no longer adjust, and after the pressure that it suffered, it went back to its former condition. We saw some articles on the media that the Carlas River water level is now again back to the level where it was after it was dried out. And if you see the satellite images from the European satellites on Thursday evening, on the 7th of September, after it was processed by the Observatory of Athens, this satellite image shows that in Thessaly, the flooded area is equal to the surface covered by the Carlas lake in 1962. So what the ecosystem is trying to be restored on its own. This is something that we should not forget, and we should always have this back in our mind whenever we wonder what we should do in order to protect ourselves in the future against the natural disasters. So in the future, we need to tackle the prevention of the natural disasters, not only with fragmentary practices, but by setting medium and long-term objectives, which are critical for the ecological balance and for our sustainable development. We need to reestablish forest and marine environments. We need to protect their health and ensure their balance in order for them to protect us. In this direction, it is imperative to establish a climate crisis ministry. The Prime Minister, Mr. Mitsotakis, did establish this, and that was an innovation. And this goes hand in hand with the strategies of the environmental ministries and other organizations in order to conduct studies and projects based precisely on this climate situation. We need more resources to restore the ecosystems, and as a result, this will become even more intense in the future. So we need trillions of euros in order to restore the ecosystems, and it becomes clear how important the investment to the ecosystems is needed, and especially in the Mediterranean and Greece, where 2006 Greece is considered to be considerably vulnerable. Of course, the European funds are also important, and the government has prioritized many environmental and climate-related projects. The government, for example, has undertaken the largest reforestation projects, and also the very extensive forest management project for the prevention of wildfires. So the assistance of private funds is also required in this direction. There are some investments that are being made which are bring their fruits already. We need to specify the legal framework, the environmental law, for example, that was adopted in 2022, and also to implement the existing European and international legislation. It's time to move faster to the Fit for 55 in order to mitigate mitigate the effects of the climate change, and we need to revise European texts which are related to our strategy, methodology, and goals concerning the prevention and response to natural disasters, such as the European directives for the water management. Practically, all those involved in the prevention, response, and recovery, restoration of natural disasters need to be re-educated and need to learn the holistic approach, and we need to cooperate all together. And of course, all these under the umbrella of the scientific community in order to cope with all the risks that jeopardize our security. So for our protection, for the protection of nature, for our protection, let's adopt the Generation Restoration hashtag of the United Nations. Let us be the generation for the restoration of nature.
That's the benchmark for brevity.
Και τώρα, Μανώλη, θα...
Mr. Chairman. Right. Μπορούμε να βλέπουμε την ομιλία. Όχι αυτή.
Can we display... Okay.
Thank you very much. I thank very much The Economist for inviting me today here to present my talk. I will try to answer the question, although it's evident. However, any question has to be answered in the most serious way by using data and scientific analysis of data. We live in a period in which waffling around, empiricism cannot be tolerated anymore. We need to be based on real data, and this is one of the tasks that the scientific community has taken upon itself in order to provide the state, the civil society, with the necessary data in order to have evidence-based and science-based policymaking. Right, so is the increase of natural disaster events related to climate change? Let's see. Here are data from the insurance giant, Munich Re, where you can see from 1980 until 2016, the number of natural disasters that have caused at least one death. It's a particular way of portraying the data, and you can see that the natural disasters that create victims have been increasing in the last 40, 45 years, especially the disasters that have to do with floods, with storms, and with climate catastrophes. Of course, the disasters that have to do with the geological changes and earthquakes remain relatively, as you see at the bottom, the red one, relatively constant, as you expect, because they're not related to climate. So this is one way of portraying, answering the question we posed in the beginning. This is another way of answering the question. This is the number of natural disasters from 1980 until 2021 that happened in the US. This is data from the US Global Change Research Program. And these are the natural disasters that have caused losses more than $1 billion per natural disaster. So you can see that you have an increasing number of natural disasters that are very costly. And you can see that the severe storm, tropical cyclones, and flooding are increasing with time. So yes, the answer is that we have evidence based on data, real data, that we have to take into account that natural disasters are related, the increase of natural disasters are related with the climate change and the climate catastrophe that we are living through. Let's see something which is also very recent, again, data from the Munich Re insurance giant that shows the last 6 years the cost globally of natural disasters. It's $135 billion in 2017. It has doubled that in 6 years, and it has reached in last year about $280 billion. You have a very steep increase only in the last 6 years. So yes, Natural disasters are present, they are increasing, and we have to deal with it, tackle the problem in very ingenious ways if we want to actually be effective. Let me also say some more data, which you can see on the lower part of my view graph. In 6 years averages in the 20-year period from 1980 to 1999, the global cost was half a trillion in 6 years, per 6 years, $500 billion. In the next 20 years, it was $0.9 trillion, and in the last 6 years, it's $1.22 trillion. So it is a very important indication that natural disasters have to be dealt with in the most serious and effective way. Migration, this is part of the previous panel. However, I was not very sure, so I have a few view graphs based on data, again, which is very important. This is data based on the Center of Research of the Epidemiology of Disasters of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reductions. We have, in the 20-year period from 2000 to 2019, we have 1.65 billion people, the largest portion of which, 1.65 billion affected by floods, 1.43 billion affected by droughts, and 700 million affected by storms, all climate-related. So we see that is a very important aspect that will create, it does create, and it will create even more severe climate migration, as we say. Populations are affected all over the world. Some, as we heard previously, some countries are more vulnerable than others. For example, you may know that the 11 small countries of the Pacific, Vindaloo, Palau, Vanuatu, and many others will disappear in the next few decades. So about 2.5 million people will have to migrate forcefully, and somebody will have to accept them. So there is no way out of this problem. Let's see a little bit about the displacement with numbers, the displacement due to climate change. So we have data here again from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center of the Norwegian Refugee Council, which indicates, you can see the blue curve indicates in millions the people that have been displaced due to natural disasters. And with yellow, the people that have been displaced by conflict and war. The people who have been displaced by natural disasters are much more than the people who have been displaced by war. Of course, the displacement of people due to war is more permanent, and usually it's cross-border displacement, while, as we heard before, the displacement due to natural disasters usually it's not cross-border, it's internal displacement. Nevertheless, we have numbers, we have evidence that we have to deal with the problem urgently, otherwise we will be forced to have a lot of social pressure that is unacceptable for civil society. Greece, what is the displacement in Greece? Again, data from the IDMC. We have, until 2021, we had, over the last maybe 20 years, 15 years, we had 100 displacement, internal displacement, the large majority of which happened due to the fire in North Eubea in 2021. Of course, we will have a much larger number of displacements due to the recent floods, which we have not yet quantified. Right, okay, I'm reaching the end of my talk. I will not deal with, since the migration issue has been discussed previously, I will not present anything more. I just felt that I should present data on this respect because it's very important to understand the extent of the problem if you have real data. Now, points of interest. There is no international legal binding system for the protection of climate migrants. There's no legislation, international legislation, as we have for the economic refugees or the people who are moving due to war. So this is something that international level has to be dealt with. There's a necessity for science-based quantification of the climate migration and flows. This can be done with Earth observation. There's conferences going on at this moment that I'm talking regarding this issue, and we will have many results on this, which will sort of be data-based that will indicate that that this sort of migration is forceful by natural conditions, and it has to be dealt with under a legal protection, an international legal protection scheme. We have necessity to develop science and evidence-based adaptation and mitigation policies. I have not developed this issue, but this is self-evident. We have necessity for policymakers to exploit the scientific knowledge and tools, no space for business as usual attitudes, no space for scientific conveniences. Last, the Hellenic scientific community has joined forces in a network resembling the IPCC, at the national level, of course, but being much more than that, since it has producing data, scientific tools and services, early warning system, etc. And I will have one rather, view graph presenting you the Climate Network Initiative, 24 universities, all of them, all the universities of Greece, all the research centers of Greece, and 2 from Cyprus have joined forces in an innovative networking activity in order to develop scientific understanding of climate change, develop tools, develop early warning systems, collect data and provide data to civil society, to the state, to other research institutions abroad and within Greece, and in order eventually to become an important pillar for the state to provide advice, an advisory board. Right? It has been nominated by the PLO, Institute for Sustainable Development, the European Institute for Sustainable Development, for the Earthshot Prize 2022 and 2023, this initiative I just said. And my conclusions. Natural disasters due to climate change are systematically increasing, it moves by itself, with time. Human suffering, as quantified by population displacement and migration, increases with time. The financial cost of natural disasters is enormous and increases over time. The legal recognition of climate migrants is non-existent, and unless dealt with, it will cause serious social, economic, and humanitarian pressures. The Greek scientific community organized in the Klimpact network has operated proactively and should be an interlocutor and advisor of the state and civil society. And we have to focus on science and evidence-based policy making. That's it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Your turn.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Ross, thank you for your address, and I would like to congratulate The Economist for this very important thematic event, undoubtedly very important thematic event. I switch to Greek. Θα σας παρουσιάσω.
So, I would like to present, following these extremely interesting contributions by the previous speakers, my role is getting easier, to be honest, because I will try to summarize what the previous speakers have said, and they are linked to the findings of the Dianeosis study. Dianeosis is an independent research foundation. In order to link that with the previous comments by our dear professor, we're talking about evidence-based policy solutions. Allow me to say that Dianeosis does the following by awarding these large-scale studies on climate change, on the demographics and other challenges our country has to face. is the following. We want to get the findings of these studies and present them in a concise and easy to understand manner. Let me remind you that we set out during the bailout agreement period, at the time of extreme populism in the science and politics, etc. So it has been extremely, at that time it was very important to enrich public debate with scientific data that were easy to digest for all ordinary citizens. We try to do the same thing since day one of our operations with respect to the climate change and in the context of our own research team, in order to present the impact of climate change on Greece on specific critical segments of our economy and our society, both in sectors such as tourism or agri-food, where we have an advantage, and how life in cities is being affected as a result of that. Apart from the large-scale studies that have been assigned in order to map the current state of affairs and let's say, conclude certain proposals for new policies against climate change. It was 1.5 years ago when the Ministry of Civil Protection and Climate Change contacted us in order to do the following. They said, great ideas, great policy proposals, but where are these proposals being implemented as we speak? They wanted to have a kind of poll-like approach on climate change. Who is responsible for tackling climate change, and what do people do about that? Do they buy insurance policies for the houses, for the property? Do they have specific action plans for natural disasters in their local communities? And it was, let's say, an effort to have a panoramic X-ray of the entire Greek society on this thorny issue, an issue that keeps tormenting us, and we experience the impact of that day in, day out. So let me share with you some of our findings. Our researchers actually divided the Greek territory in 850 parts. They studied 21 climatic indicators and climate-related indicators and parameters, and we said that by the end of the year, the climate in Greece will be drier and hotter. Extreme weather conditions will be more often, more severe, and more prolonged. And this is something that links all these phenomena together, the frequency, the severity, and of course this goes hand in hand with the natural disasters, because as Mr. Ross said before, that was a rhetoric question addressed to our panel. So it showed that temperature will rise from 2 to 3.4 degrees in mainland Greece. But what does this mean? We have to break that in pieces. So for every 1 degree Celsius that the temperature rises, there will be specific repercussions. A, increase of costs for energy, for heat, and for cooling. Increase by 7 or 8% of gases. More vapor will be let's say, accumulated in the atmosphere, another 7%, and increased of mortality as a result of cardiovascular and lung-related diseases by 7 or 8%, especially in the elderly people. In the case of elderly people, especially for them, more than 60, 65 years old, this rate is doubled. Researchers showed that the heat wave events, I'm talking about periods of time when we have more than 35 degrees Celsius of temperature, these heat waves will be multiplied, 15 to 20 per year. More rainfalls, but we will also have more increased possibility of flooding in these areas that they analyzed. Also, the risk of wildfires will be increased by 70%, and something that really struck us all was the following. It was one of the things that surprised lots of people, and it was, let's say, communicated by the media. It had to do with the increase of the sea level, the rise of the sea level. by the end of the century, there will be an increase of the sea level by between 80 centimeters to 2 meters. So apart from the layout that will be transformed, of course, one more thing is something that for people will be difficult to understand is 1/3 of our country's population live at a distance of no more than 2 kilometers from the coast. And 90% of our touristic infrastructure is next to the coast, next to beaches and to the coastline. So in this study we have a detailed identification of consequences on tourism. So the touristic offering will be will be degraded, and the touristic period will be extended. We're going to have a need for schemes for supporting these areas. The agricultural sector, it will be affected because all changes will not be uniform across territory, and most of these repercussions will be negative. Plus, in terms of prevention, and this is linked with what happened recently in Greece, our researchers suggest that we're going to have a very targeted drainage of Greek territories in order to reduce the risk of flooding. Now, talking about drainage and generally speaking, water management, this is a very important part or component or actually dimension of climate change. What Dionysus had done in the past, it was a study together with the Ministry of Agriculture on the TOEV and GOEV. These were the organizations for improvements of the land area, freely translated. What was interesting about that was that 80 to 85% of water consumption in Greece goes to the primary sector. 80 to 85%. 40 to 45% of these water resources is being handled by these organizations. Actually, we didn't know how many of them are there. 8. We used to believe that there were no less than 400. There were certain issues, poor operations, poor governance, etc. Because the analysis studies are being specialized, are focused on areas that have been affected by some disasters. Maybe we will have an opportunity in the future to discuss about the need for restoration or recovery plans. So our first pilot restoration plan is here. Mr. Gitas has been part of that team. So the analysis carried out 2 human-centric studies on the HR and the welfare networks in certain areas, but the needs keep on increasing. We built the master plan for the Ilia recovery. Ilia is a region of Greece in the Peloponnese. That's something we did following the 2007 wildfires and the 2021 disasters. And we see now that we're going to have a new one for Evros. We're going to have a new one for the region of Thessaly. So somehow we have to revisit that, because we don't want to have one plan for this region, another plan for another region. We have to find a way to take into account the particularities of each region and not have these master plans ad hoc. We have to have a master plan together with the action plans involved, because resources are limited and the needs are immense. So we have to prioritize our actions in these areas, because a few years ago we were talking about northern Evia, 500,000 stremas after the wildfire. Now the talk of the town, the topic of the day, sorry, is the region of Thessaly.
No? Okay.
Thanks very much, Enid. Thank you. Well, apologies to all my speakers for having to limit your time. We could sit and listen to any one of you for much longer than I've given you, so I apologize for that. We have now run out of time for the session, but I would like to thank all of you for fabulous presentations. Thank you very much. Don't leave too quickly, because Thanks very much. Right, we shall move on. Thank you very much. We shall move on to our next panel. And this is all about how we assess and understand our response to natural disasters. We have a very crowded stage again. We've got a lot of really great people who are going to join us and help us to talk about some of the things that we can do to better communicate and understand the challenges that we face. And a couple of people who will be talking very much about the practical response on the ground. So let me welcome up our next panel. We have Gerasimos Papadopoulos, who's a seismologist and a member of the board of directors of the Hellenic Mediterranean University. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. We have Kalliopi Sapountzaki. I was a bit closer earlier on, but never mind. Professor and Dean at the School of Environment, Geography and Applied Economics at Harokoppio University. Thank you very much. You're very welcome. Iona Triantafilou, who is a seismologist, a Center for Security Studies, Ministry of Citizen Protection.
Hello.
Welcome. Thank you. And we've had a lot of people today who have been talking about policy, how you should go about responding to natural disaster. We've had people talking about how you measure it, how you analyze it, how you communicate about it. But we now have someone who actually goes out into the trees and puts fires out. So I think that's a privilege for us. And this is Serafim Tsiugris, who is the president of the board of the Hellenic Volunteer Firefighters Association. Welcome. Slight smell of smoke. And we have Miltiadis Athanasiou, who is an environmental scientist and who is with us via a connection remotely. So welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us. We can hear you, so that's excellent, Miltiadis. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass over, first of all, to Gerasimos and give us some ground-shaking presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Thank you. So, 3 months ago, I received an invitation for this event because that's when I was given the invitation. The invitation came 3 months ago, not 2 days ago before the floods. I said, wow, what an amazing event. I have to respond positively despite my engagement. So, because in 12 months, in 12 days, we had the Safe Attica, Safe Greece event in 12 days' time. We organized that together with the region of Athens. And I said, despite my engagement there, I said I will attend. And indeed, this is an amazing event, which is sadly very timely. I know I don't have time. So, given the agenda, given that I have been and I'm still part of the research community, despite my various tasks and duties also at an operational level, allow me to say a few words on what you have just described, the potential contribution by AI and big data-based technologies on fighting natural disasters. I'm really sad by the fact that lately, once again, I'm watching a debate that's very quick to intimidate people about the risk of AI, that it will cause problems, that we won't be able to harness it, that humans' own creation will not be controlled by its creator. The same way we had to fight against the Hull mega computer in the Odyssey 2001, an amazing book turned into a movie by Stanley Kubrick, when the creator had to face its own creation. Anyway, for me, this is exaggerating. This is an exaggeration. In the world of natural disasters, we have many, many examples that for many years have been considered and taken into account when building AI-enabled technologies. We have methods, we have technologies launched that are based on the pattern recognition approach. Many times people listen to what I'm saying and say, we heard you and we understood that you are Gerasimus Papadopoulos. Why? Because there's a specific way we talk. We have a pattern of how we speak. Each one of us has something like that. We have a behavioral pattern. The same applies to nature. When it comes to earthquakes, my field of expertise, what we try to do, and to some extent, to a significant extent, we have been successful at, was to have pattern recognition in the way strong earthquakes keep on occurring again and again. This allows us now to have not only short-term forecasts, but also the ability to give specific possibilities and some rates of probability for future movements of the Earth and earthquakes. And of course, in this regard, we have had some very sophisticated technologies and methodologies coming from statistics or the world of possibilities in order to strengthen our capabilities in the context of AI, as we call it, in order to strengthen our job and allow us to say when are we to expect these earthquakes and what will be the magnitude of this or that earthquake. Currently, it is quite obsolete to give specific rates, 50% or 60% possibility of this earthquake to occur. No, on the contrary, we have the so-called conditional possibilities. What do I mean? What is the possibility of having an earthquake of 6 or 6.5 Richter on the Richter scale in this region, given that the previous earthquake took place 12 years ago, and in this 12-year period there has been none other? We're talking about advanced techniques, the bias techniques, named after Pastor Bias. Apparently, he used to have a lot of spare time during his clergy-related activities in order to consider the issue of possibilities, and he has been able to deliver some of these amazing methodologies. But also in other advanced areas, we see that we have these methodologies implemented in meteorology, in forecasting, weather forecasting. We have amazing data produced by satellites all over the planet, and we have one weather service sharing this input with other weather services of other countries, exchanging information, and this allow us, I mean the scientists of weather forecasting, to proceed with their forecasts, which in our case, against, and this is not the case with seismologists, the weather conditions, the weather forecast is a short-term science, because we have a forecast for the next 2 or 3 days. The more input, the more feedback, the more information we get, we have to review it. And in order to review it, I have to integrate this forecast of mine in the simulation models already in place. That's why we need AI, in order to support and create these advanced models so we can, in quasi-real time, to review the results we have just received a couple of hours ago or a couple of days ago, ahead of new facts, new data. And I'm talking about big data that are being added as we speak. Let me share one comment. I have many examples. I don't want to tire you. We don't have the time. It was said before, I think also during the morning session, that there is a gap between knowledge produced by scientists and researchers, because research in science is nothing else but producing new knowledge. So there's a gap between new knowledge produced by scientific research and the so-called decision makers, the ones who take decisions. Many times I hear this kind of criticism. The decision makers, the politicians, do not listen to what the scientists say. there is some truth in it. And let me be frank, many times I may see there is some degree of phobia, some fear on behalf of services who are unable, partly or fully, to understand these new technological solutions and weapons, let's say. But the scientists have also a responsibility to speak clearly in a way that can be understood by the decision makers and the operators, to understand how their actions, their decisions will affect tomorrow. So it's also part of our responsibility to do that. Let me close with a very good example. We have this gap, yes, but we also have some great examples, some great case stories. Allow me to share that with you because I know this case very well. Because after the horrible tsunami in December 2014 in the Indian Ocean, where more than 220,000 people lost their lives, it was decided that under the UNESCO umbrella to build an early warning system covering 3 major oceans. In the past, we used to have it only in the Pacific. Now we have one for the Indian Ocean, quite reasonably, in the Caribbean, and another system covering the wider area of Mediterranean and Europe. We call it the system of Mediterranean and North Atlantic. That's how we named it. I want to be modest, but truth is the following. I'm one of the pioneers in the system. You know that, many of you know that, because I have been representing my country. It was a national delegation that took part in that. So we systematically worked on that in the context of a peaceful, of a peacemaking, peace-based organization that keeps a distance, the same distance vis-à-vis all member states. So we worked really hard, pro bono. I'm talking about lots of scientists, and at the same time, we had decision makers involved coming from civil protection agencies, coming from 40 member states. So in 2012, and following some unfair criticism by Greek colleagues who accused us that we are delaying just to buy the German system. Anyway, it was not valid, but anyway. So in 2012, the operational system became was ready to commission, and 2016, and as of 2016, our area, Greece, Turkey, Italy, France, we have systems that have been certified in 2016, and in 2018, we also certified the Portuguese system, and currently, as we speak, the entire Mediterranean area and that of Northern Atlantic Ocean have an operating, a functional system, which is the outcome of close collaboration between member states, scientists, and decision makers. I think that this success story highlights the important technological advancements that should have happened in order to have such a system in place. So I think it is quite obvious that the technological world has many things to give, and at the same time we have a responsibility that we have assumed.
Calliope, can I hand them to you?
How many minutes?
Got 5.
6, is it possible?
You got 5, and then I start to get twitchy. And at 6, I cut you off.
Okay. First of all, thank you also for this invitation. And I really hope and wish that it will contribute to a resilient recovery of the hardly hit area and communities, and according to their expectations, because this is important, very important. I will start with the issue of social, political, and ethical aspects in disaster management. And if I have time, I can proceed with the other topics you raise as organizers. So, with respect to disasters and disaster management, there are 4 major queries. The first is, who is mostly affected by the disasters. The second is who, what, which groups, let's say, or which systems should deserve protection, safety, recovery, and rescue by first priority. The third is who should assume the responsibility of disaster risk management and enforcing safety regulations. And the fourth is who should undertake the costs of disaster risk reduction. All these queries involve important ethical, political, and social dilemmas. And I will start with the first query. Especially after 1945, disasters have been considered as an endemic feature of the Global South, where poverty, illiteracy, and technological backwardness prevailed. The West, by contrast, was largely believed to be protected from the disasters by the high levels of economic and technological development. In affluent societies, higher living standards allowed for better quality housing, for a wide spectrum of opportunities for evacuation and sheltering, and for the presence of the insurance sector to cover the costs of reconstruction and recovery. In other words, resilience standards, resilience levels seem to be higher. However, things are more complicated, more complex. It may be the case that mortality and losses as a percentage of gross domestic product is higher in less developed countries, but on the other hand, the absolute economic value of losses in developed countries may be the case that are much higher. And this is because of the high cost of the potentially damaged infrastructure, and also because of the high levels of systemic risks owing to extensive and dense technological and also financial interconnections. And I'm moving to the second query. Who should deserve protection and safety by first priority? Of course, human life is the absolute priority, but think, for instance, in the case of firefighters who attempt to suppress forest fires, what do they have to rescue first? Housing properties in the forests, even in cases where these are illegal building developments, or the forest ecosystems, which are critical for climate change mitigation, and also for the improvement of microclimate, and hence for public health? And to refer to another example, think about the case of a big earthquake disaster. What does the respective government should priority on after the disaster? Reconstruction of housing buildings or rehabilitation of jobs and the local economy? And I can tell you for sure that the answers to these questions vary significantly between societies, between one society and another. And I would like to proceed to the third query, which addresses the dilemma of responsibility for disaster risk mitigation and protection. Is it a duty, a mission of public institutions, or it is a mission, it is a duty, it is a personal responsibility matter? And to proceed with this line of thought, to what extent should a society entrust its safety to the insurance market, to the insurance sector? Again, the answers to these questions vary between one society and another. For instance, in the case of more liberal societies, there is a transference of safety matters and of responsibility for disaster protection to the citizens by probably exaggerating the role of personal resilience. On the other hand, the societies viewing safety and disaster protection as a common good and as a basic right for all entrust disaster risk management to competent public institutions. And there is one more query and critical dilemma for hazard-prone societies, actually for the whole world. And this dilemma has, it is about to choose between prevention and preparedness on the one hand, and robust emergency mechanisms on the other, to intervene only in cases of actual disasters, only when the disaster occurs. And I can tell you that risky societies, like to my view, our Greek society, opts for the second case, that is, for robust emergency mechanism. However, these societies should be ready to confront, to face frequent and very destructive mega disasters. To my view, the answers to these queries are possible only by means of disaster risk governance processes, which means an intense, long-term public dialogue involving everyone from the political leadership, administrative officials, civil society organizations, everybody.
Is that happening?
Pardon?
Is that happening?
You know that it is not, only in exceptional cases, and in cases of probably local societies, localities, but exceptionally.
Right.
So disaster risk governance processes, which means communication with the public and stakeholders about everything, about the hazards and risks that bedevil the specific society, their prioritization, which is more important, for instance, earthquakes, earthquake disasters, forest fires, of course, according to the historical data, identification and evaluation of these risks, assessment and management. But all of this by means of risk governance processes. So I don't know if I have...
We'll cut it there, I think.
Yeah. Okay, then I can close here.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And if I might say, extraordinary English, beautifully coherent, beautifully put together. Yeah. An editorial comment.
Yeah.
Let's move on then to Iona, if I've got the pronunciation correct.
Yes, thank you. Γεια σας και από μένα.
Hello to everyone. I'd like to thank the economists for the invitation. Actually, after what has happened recently in Greece and abroad, I think it's really the appropriate time to meet. I will be very brief, and I will talk to you about the role of the education and the preparation, the preparedness to such natural disasters. So preparedness constitutes one of the main processes in the effort to reduce the effect, regardless of their origin, whether they are due to the climate change or whether they are anthropogenic or natural. So the structure of the construction of resilient structures, the drafting of contingency plans, and the early timely procurement of the necessary equipment are necessary tools for proper preparedness. The role of education, of course, and training and all the drills has proven to be very effective. All these actions, of course, and must address to the general public and to the society as a whole. However, this education must also be addressed to the vulnerable parts of the population, such as children, students, elderly, and other vulnerable groups of people, such as immigrants and refugees, and also tourists. In Greece, such education courses are provided by the university and also from the Ministry of the Civil Protection and the Anti-Seismic Protection Organization. However, this is not enough. Education, training, and drills must be an ongoing part of everyone's activity. And of course, these include all the executives and all administrative executives of operational units that are called upon to intervene and help the population affected must also be trained. We also believe, we tend to say that when these exercises are performed, that everything went well in an exercise, but actually, during these exercises, we need to identify the weaknesses of the response mechanism of a forthcoming crisis. An exercise that unveils the weaknesses and indicates ways to improve this response are the ones that should be considered as successful. And of course, the exercises also need to take into account all the new situation in order to improve. Starting from science and technological tools, I would think we can achieve a better preparedness through these drills and training. This is what education is about in a globe that is ever-changing and a globe that has experienced many climate changes. But men are the ones who are now forced to live their own, but always with respect to nature. I think we have the necessary tools, and we will move ahead with optimism. Thank you very much. Ωραία. Ανυπομονώ λοιπόν να σας ακούσω. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the economists for this invitation. It's a unique opportunity for us to disclose more information about the Hellenic Volunteer Firefighters Association. First of all, I'd like to express my condolences for the victims in Evros, Thessaly, and all over Greece. And of course, to thank the minister who conveyed our wishes to the minister. First, it was the first time that reference was made to the Firefighters Association, and the state must really stand by the firefighters. So, in the light of all the disasters that affected our country, we need to consider, to identify the weaknesses when it comes to all the volunteers. So in Greece, there are volunteers in the firefighting mechanism since 1991. There is a relevant law that is valid. So actually, this institution was established 32 years ago, while in other countries, volunteerism in the firefighting brigade was established much, much longer ago. However, significant efforts have been made by the state in order to reinforce the institution of volunteers, especially now that the climate change becomes worse. Currently in our country, volunteer firefighter, there are 4,000 volunteer firefighters, and since 2018, this number has doubled. And out of those, 800 serve in 23 firefighting units that have been set up across the country, and the remaining 400 serve in the remaining local services in our country. So there are 8-hour shifts, but in spite of that, many of the colleagues work for many more than 8 hours because offering their help to their other humans is the main value of these volunteers, and of course, their mission is exactly the same as the one of the professional firefighters. What differentiates them from the professional ones is only the pay. So the candidate volunteers, after their training and after sitting the written and oral exams, can start their shifts. Their role is very important, and it's very important because there will always be significant fire events that will involve volunteer firefighters alongside the professional ones. They are the ones who are called upon to protect human life and properties. Even if the number of firefighters is quite high, it's much lower than in other countries. In Germany, for example, there are 935,000 volunteers out of 1 million. So in Austria, we have some respective figures. All these figures show that all these countries have. It was very clear for this country that the role of the volunteers would be very important, and they did everything to provide the proper education on all the means necessary for them. So what I want to stress is the following. We need to see once again the way in which the corps of the volunteer association will be increased, and make sure that there are volunteer for firefighters in remote places where there are no professional firefighters. We also must make sure that we will empower them. So Of course, all the efforts made so far were important, but they are not sufficient. So we need to take measures in order to reinforce volunteerism in education. And of course, we need to change the mindset of the people because everyone, we need to change the mindset of the people and with regard to their obligations and rights. To conclude, we can say the culture of the people is the one that shapes its future. Some countries have made miracles in this regard, and we have to learn from them. Let's learn from them what extroversy means, and let's take into account that cooperation is part of the empathy, which in turn is the foundation stone for the prosperity of people. Volunteers, firefighters in Greece in the near future will get the place that they deserve. We need to do that. Let's all work in this direction. This effort needs everyone. The climate change is a fact, and the sign are the natural disasters. So let's help the state combat this change, climate change.
Thank you. Miltiades, it's your turn. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me there, for hosting me. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ, κυρίες και κύριοι.
So, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. I'd like to thank the organizers. I think that you have my presentation. All right, yes. So, a couple of decades ago, in summertime, we have had 4 floodings that took place in the wider area of Attica. Back then, volunteers were not that many. We didn't have that many groups, civil protection civil groups. The civil protection mechanism was at the beginning, at the first steps. The same with the General Secretariat of Civil Protection. So at that time, there was a group of people who went to support the fire brigade, a group of people trained also in other types of assistance, flooding, wildfires, people trapped in elevators, etc. Because of the fact that the volunteers and the Civil Protection Secretariat were at their baby steps, to put it like that, there have been many disagreements, synergies at the same time, etc. So the question is, are things getting better? I would say yes and no. Here you see the identity that the General Secretariat of Civil Protection have provided us, some of the members of the official groups of volunteers. There is no such thing. There's no such thing right now. It is provided by law, but we have no such IDs. Volunteers are better trained, better qualified, more useful right now, and actually they are numerous compared to the past. But there are still many questions with respect to how volunteers are being used, when they are used, and how we see them being of assistance during humanitarian crisis. How many of them are involved with recovery, of offering humanitarian aid? What's the current state of affairs with their experience? Do we have a register where we can have this data about the volunteers? The reply is that there have been some fragmented initiatives taken, but a comprehensive registry in which you can find the experience, knowledge, the perception of things that the volunteers have, which means how safe they are during an operation, and whether they can understand and communicate what they're going through to the next tactical level, to a higher tactical level when they operate together with the fire brigade. So if they can properly communicate the negative circumstances. And the same question has to do with their qualities and their skills. What are the roles they are invited to play, whether they may contribute significantly, what is their capacity, and what are the potential specialization that might be required on behalf of them. For instance, what happens with their training, and allow me to use the term, their education? What are the types of certifications available? What are the courses available in order to for them to follow? And what is the level of training, especially when talking at the tactical and operational level, because we're not talking yet about strategic level involvement of volunteers, in which case you need to have more scientific knowledge in order to be part of that. All these things are provided by Law 4642, but you can see them on my first slides in this really meaningful and creative debate we have already launched, because I believe that these are issues we have to deep dive. We have to document our arguments. Perhaps we might disagree, okay, but the aim is to have a synthesis, a synergy, and at the end of the day, to improve the circumstances under which we have to live, collaborate, and operate. Many things are being told about the use of technology, AI, to what extent can it be of use, whether sometimes they are the top priority of politicians. I think it was a discussion in the parliament, and the Prime Minister and other politicians discussed about that. We don't want in no case to degrade or to underrate the benefits by technology. We have to understand that technology must be seen as the sum of automations we have currently, and allow us to have the luxury of doing our job in a more hassle-free way when talking about strategy. And this strategic planning will allow us to operate more safely, more efficiently, more effectively. Okay, it's a bit theoretical, but it can be specialized, can be broken down if you like, but this is the only way to link strategic planning with the side of operations and the crews involved, the people who fight on site when circumstances are really difficult because, for instance, of a wildfire or an earthquake or a nuclear incident. There are many issues, issues of leadership, issues of teaching people who entered now the world of volunteerism, how we train our fire brigade staff, what are the principles, the ethics we use, and this is not a theoretical discussion. In order to be able to manage the big picture, we have to set priorities. And these priorities may be set only if we have people with deep knowledge of technology using this technology. I'll give you a very quick example. I know time is limited. I will be very, very brief. So, potential drawbacks in the use of AI. So, this is the example on the screen. Perhaps AI, cameras, using algorithms, whatever else, they might lead us, because the system cannot understand whether this is a dangerous or non-dangerous fire, okay, inverted commas, they might lead us to unwanted or unwanted warnings or extra costs, etc. Ending, I'd like to highlight that volunteers, firefighters, civil protection members, etc., or others who are registered in the General Secretariat's register do not operate in vacuum. They operate under a certain mechanism, and this mechanism has issues to tackle. And I'm saying that not just because it hit the headlines because of the recent wildfires and the floodings, the extremely huge problems in central Greece, but because these issues have been discussed by experts, by scientists, because prevention is good only if we have a proper threat analysis, which means if we can offer proposals about to reduce the risk. And now we're talking about technical terms here. How does one reduce something that's about to be burned? We call it hazard reduction. How do we use the plantation in order to decrease the hazard? And this is being reduced when we are able to decrease their exposure to risk. And this exposure is decreased when we know how to protect ourselves against a threat, which means that in no way can we exempt in no way can we exempt the basic education and training that has to be given to the general population when it comes to fighting natural disasters and these incidents. Because, you know, the people are the first ones to be threatened. They are also the first respondents. They might not be volunteers, but they are the first respondents, so we have to support them, offering them additional knowledge, which at a central level may be provided to the general public within 2 years and have some tangible results as a result of that in a couple of years. But what is for certain, within the first 3 years, we will see important benefits. And ending, allow me to stress the following. We're talking about natural phenomena. We're talking about natural hazards and disasters, when these natural phenomena turn into hazards, just because we went on their way, on their path, to put it like that, in their path. So, in the context of a time-resilient approach, a sustainable approach, if you like, we have to discuss again about specific issues, not in order to impose our viewpoints, but because it's apparent that we have taken the wrong way. On the right-hand side, you see trained volunteers putting on their personal protection equipment, fighting the fire next to the flames. They are not in danger. On the left, you see a park that's closed down, and it can offer no shade to the civilians, although there is an amazing job there because there is no sign of dry herb and, you know, branches or twigs. There is no way of a wildfire starting there. That's why. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot for that. We are, of course, out of time. But there was a thought that I wanted to, that came to mind while I was watching that. Something that I've noticed forever, but recently in particular, every time we see on TV the coverage of natural disasters, whether it's here in Greece, whether it's in Morocco, whether it's in Libya, anywhere in the world, we always have these discussions of what we should do now that we weren't doing before. But there's one thing in common that you always see at some point in the coverage, and that is in the immediate aftermath, amid the destruction, you see local people digging through the rubbish, helping, trying to find ways, even if they don't know what to do. Not everybody, of course, but it is striking what an extraordinary well of empathy is available in populations if it can be properly harnessed and organized and trained in the way that we've discussed. So I'm very grateful to you for all of your presentations. They were all fabulous and excellent, but we are out of time, so I'm afraid we're going to have to finish here, apart from the family photo, which Miltiadis will sadly miss out on. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panel. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks. Okay, let's move on now to our penultimate session of the day. It's been a very, very crowded day. We've had an awful lot of material, excellent interventions, I think, across the board, and we've covered a very wide range of topics. We're going to drill slightly deeper now into something that was a feature of the last session, which is the role of technology in supporting civil protection. And I think what we've heard so far is that there's a sort of double-edged message here. One is that the technology is there, it's very effective, it's very useful. The other is that we can't rely on it alone to sort out these problems. So to get a reaction on that from someone in the business, let me welcome up Alexandros Bregianis, who is the CEO of Nova ICT. Alexandros. Is there an Alexandros? There is, on his way. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very
and
much.
Welcome. Take a seat. Now, did you have some introductory thoughts that you wanted to share with us? Or? Yes. Okay, go ahead with that, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
You're very welcome.
Glad to be here in such an interesting topic, in such an interesting workshop. Κυρίες και κύριοι, ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την...
Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, thank you for the invitation. I represent Nova ICT, a subsidiary of Nova, dealing with innovation projects. A few words about the issue of natural disasters and the issue of technology being able to contribute in what we see developing as we speak. So, A, climate change is a reality. It's something that we will keep on experiencing more often. So what we normally call extraordinary natural phenomena will not be that extraordinary. They will become a daily topic of discussion at a local or national level. As a country, we have lost many battles with respect to civil protection issues, with respect to the degree of shielding our infrastructure. I've heard some really interesting contributions by the previous speakers, but what really matters is what we're going to do from now on. How are we to deal with this new reality, this new normality, with respect to natural disasters, and how we can improve, how we can become better in both in the side of prevention and the side of fighting the natural disasters, given the new technology we have. There are many tools coming from the world of technology which I represent. We have the 5G networks. We have artificial intelligence. Lots of people talked about that, and perhaps this will be the future when it comes to transforming various sectors, like the one we're currently talking about. Early warning systems, like the 112. That's the early warning system we have in Greece, dear Mr. Ross. We also have GIS-based location systems, tracking systems. We may have command and control smart systems. We also have drones to be used. It seems that at a certain level, drones can be used both for preventing a wildfire or natural disaster and also suppressing it. So it's not just a bunch of technological advancements and initiatives or some trends. No, we're talking about tools. These are weapons we can use as long as we understand that the tools on their own are neutral. Perhaps they are not effective unless they go hand in hand with a business plan that will include these technological tools in order to support decision makers in their job, be it the armed forces, the fire brigade, all the competent authorities and the state services and agencies involved, etc. In Nova ICT, we have some experience, and I'd like to share some use cases coming from our experience as a result of projects we have implemented, pilot projects or full-scale ones. In our collaborations with ministries, with local governments, and other public services, because we have always one thing in mind, to use technology in order to better prevent or control natural disasters. So, the first example, it has to do with Thessaloniki, is the following. We build a pilot program. We call it a Smart Operational Center. And we provided them with the necessary telecommunication equipment so that everyone operating at the level of local government, volunteers, civil protection mechanisms, civil servants, they may have unobstructed communication using 5G networks, using advanced protocols, so they may coordinate their operations in a much better way when there is an emergency on. It is very important for the fire brigade and everyone who is involved in civil protection operations to have the right tools for communication. We saw that during the Mati wildfire. They lacked the elementary stuff they needed. They didn't even have a way to communicate with the first respondents, apologies. SPY. SPY is the Imitos Mountain Protection Association. Imitos is a mountain that has both a forest part, an important forest part, because it touches on 12 municipalities of Athens. So it's a very important area. So this cross-municipality organization, together with Nova ICT, has started building innovative technologies that will help provide early warning and notice against wildfires. We have a command center that pulls data coming from drones, from sensors, etc. We also have high-resolution radars that may detect a case of smoke at a distance of 10 kilometers. So these systems may foresee how this fire will evolve, and as a result provide us with management models against such eventualities. This project is ongoing, and given the fact that the volunteers are very well qualified, I'm talking about the volunteers for the protection of the Mintos Mountain, provide us very good insights on how local governments should contribute to that. We should not expect everything to come from the central government, from some central service. And in this case, they don't know the particularities, the particular requirements of this or that locale. And one last example, I don't want to tire you, is the following. It has to do with the municipality of Amarousion, of Marousi in Athens. In Marousi, as it is the case in other municipalities of Greece, there are certain neighborhoods that suffer from floodings, like in the case of Thessaly, unfortunately. There are specific rainwater pipelines that are not enough, not adequate, that are not adequate in order to transfer the rainwaters away. So we installed sensors in specific points, at specific points of the pipeline, so they can measure the flow of water. So through the Nova 5G network, we have the data being transferred, and using cloud-based and other software and applications, we can have forecast algorithms being developed. As I had before, AI is a very strong tool indeed, but in order to feed AI with data, we have to have real data. We have to have the data coming from our sensors, from our metering devices, from other environmental stations. And only by means of having real-time data can AI produce some good results. Otherwise, as the previous speaker said, more often than not, the use of these algorithms, if not tested on site, might lead to an adverse effect, might lead us to erroneous decisions and faults and mistakes. Allow me to say that all these technological initiatives are here. Of course, lots of people may help, but the kind of collaboration we lack is the collaboration with the fire brigade, the people who are in the field, because we want to understand the kind of tools they need. What is the gear we have to provide them with in order to do their job in a more efficient way, both at the level of prevention and the level of suppression of a phenomenon. Thank you very much.
Both at once, because they actually contradict each other, so it'll be interesting to put them in the same context. The first is we see it not just in this context, but more or less across the technological world. There is a tendency among us in the sort of uninformed public to over-rely on technology, to believe that it can come to the rescue every time. Do technologists suffer from the same delusion? And if they do, what do you do about it? And the second question is, what is technology going to offer us next? So, you know, we've all had our minds blown by the latest generation of artificial intelligence, which is quite extraordinary. It wasn't there a year ago, suddenly it's there, and everything's changed. What is on the horizon in technology, perhaps focusing specifically on this area of natural disaster? So could you address both of those?
You're absolutely right. The companies, the technological companies and the technologists always talk about the tools and the policies that they can provide because they want to sell technology. But when we talk about natural disasters, what is important to see is how technology can be used as an additional component, as a tool that will complement the operational planning, which comes first. Operational planning is, in my view, the background for everything that has to do with a response to natural disaster. Operational planning and the tactics that will be followed will determine that the technology to be used and not vice versa. Many times when we talk about 5G and AI, we don't always have this in mind. However, we need to think vice versa. So we need to have a main axis that will be based on the business plan and then provide technological tools in order to become more effective. What will come in the near future, what will make the difference, is AI. As I said, AI is fed by data and information. If we enrich the 5G network, that gives us the possibility to have high speeds and access to real-time data from the field and from the place affected by a natural disaster, we will be able to have more targeted interventions. Let me give you an example. There are short-term weather phenomena prediction tools. If we had such tools in our country, it would be possible to have more accurate forecasts about the evolution of a natural phenomenon. And in this case, the early warning systems would propose more targeted interventions and more specialized solutions in order to save human lives and make sure that we will not have casualties, for example, or to focus on specific problems. But in order to have this, we need hardware and the AI, that is the algorithms and the models that will analyze very quickly in real time all the data available and will lead it to the proper decision making. Otherwise, we will rely on experience, we will rely on knowledge that is obsolete. It's 30 years ago, long, I'm sorry.
I'm a bit of a geek myself, so I would happily have gone on talking about this for much longer, and I am definitely guilty of having too high an expectation of what technology can do for us all. But thank you for your time. Thank you for giving us your thoughts. Please join me in thanking our speaker. Thank you very much. Here we are. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
It's been a very compact day. We've had an awful lot of great ideas, thoughts, speakers' experiences to listen to, and it's nearly finished. But we have one final treat, and I think this is going to be a great way of closing out our conference today and bringing together an awful lot of the themes that we've been covering and thinking about over the course of the day. Eli Pushkevich, who is Portfolio Manager for Europe and Israel at FEMA. You're with us remotely, but we feel as if you're here with us. Thank you very much for your patience. I know we've tried it very much by overrunning, but we're ready now, and we're all looking forward to hearing your speech. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good day. It's a pleasure to join you today, and I would like to thank you for the kind invitation. I represent the United States Emergency Management Agency, and from the previous clear, we all understand that countries.
Eli, if I can just interrupt you for a second. Your sound is not great, so it may be if you can either come a little closer to the mic, speak a little more loudly. I'm not sure what's going to help, but let's see.
Apologies.
That sounds better.
From the previous speakers, clear we all understand the world faces unprecedented threats, that the field of emergency management is at a pivotal moment. Every day, we see the grim effects and consequences of complexity, despair, disaster.
I'm sorry, the sound is interrupted, and it's really impossible to translate.
Apologies, can you hear me now?
We can hear you a little better. I think it's your internet connection that we're struggling with. So I think the best thing, Eli, is just to struggle. Speak slowly for us so that we can pick up as much as possible. Okay, thank you.
Within the United States, in the last few months, we've had a Category 4 typhoon hit one of our Pacific islands, an earthquake during a hurricane into our state of California, and a devastating wildfire in Hawaii, followed by another storm into Florida, impacting millions of our citizens. And our hurricane season is just beginning. Yet, I'm here today to challenge our narrative and highlight how these unprecedented challenges also present new opportunities that we, as emergency managers, are uniquely postured to embrace. To begin, in a previous session, the question was asked, how do we help our governments understand and accept the price that needs to be paid to address disaster risk? When disasters happen abroad or at home, there's a moment in which we capture the attention of our nations, and we must be postured to capitalize on that, as it is very fleeting. 5 years ago in the United States, we only talked about floods and hurricanes. Now, communities are seeing the drive towards extreme heat and wildfire. With the war in Ukraine, there's a resurgence in discussions of civil preparedness, burning, and cyber threats. We must be postured to understand the total risks and agilely pivot our preparedness campaigns and funding availability to advance resilience through what is resonating currently with our communities. And while we have the attention of our nations, the question is, how do we capitalize on it? The first, we must be prepared to propose bold and transformative changes in legislation and policy. For example, for decades in the United States, after a disaster, we would build back to the new normal, meaning we funded the community to build back to the condition it was at the time of the disaster. Yet, we know this was not helping our communities to be prepared for the next event. To shatter the notion that disasters happen elsewhere to other people, we also needed to address the fact that our funding did not help communities take holistic, risk-informed action. After the hurricane season of 2017, we worked in partnership with our legislation to enable policy changes so that we could start to build back better, to invest in pre-disaster mitigation. And this has profoundly changed how we work with communities in their approach to recovery. It also has enabled us to start funding technical assistance for smaller communities that historically would not have had the ability to start looking at planning and the opportunities in which they could start to harden their infrastructure until a disaster happened. We also have the opportunities to make strategic changes across agencies and mission spaces within the government that influence those local communities. The legislation that I spoke of also directed not only FEMA, but several of our federal agencies to look at risk reduction holistically across multiple sectors. Within the United States, our recent disasters have also started to drive us to look at what are we trying to achieve during disaster response and recovery more holistically around critical systems that resonate at all levels. So instead of just talking broadly about disaster risk, we started to look at housing, medical and health services, critical infrastructures, to look at how we can solve the challenges we face during a disaster by addressing the larger systemic issues to those systems during steady state or immediately after disasters, so that we can look at fixing the larger systemic problems and not just the specific issues that we're seeing in that disaster. Next, when a disaster hits a community, there's a spotlight on parts of the community who are specifically vulnerable. In addition, we also see a unique spirit to mobilize. We have an opportunity to leverage that to bring those populations to the table to not only influence recovery, but to drive future preparedness. In the United States, we're looking at how we target the technical assistance before and immediately after a disaster towards helping bring those communities to the table, which means assessing and having the data to be able to identify them, as well as having the structures in place to ensure that they're able to participate in the systems. Disasters make visible how interconnected our private and public sectors are. The economic impact of the increased disaster risk has brought our business partners to the table. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit Mount Vernon, a very small community in the Pacific Northwest of our country. In the last decade, their flooding has increased, and after a recent event that flooded their downtown, the community decided to take action. They brought community businesses and multiple state and federal agencies into the planning in this small community, which led this mitigation project to them becoming part of a larger long-term downtown revitalization project. They identified how to blend funding streams for building a wall to protect against flooding, which mitigated the risk. But then they went beyond. Through engagement with their community, they were able to identify how to think broadly, not only about that risk, but what did the community need to be able to prepare for all the future risks. They decided to transform a library into a shelter that could withstand an earthquake, that could become a heating and cooling station because extreme heat was a new risk they were seeing within the area, and it's projected to be a greater risk over the next 20 years. Then, because they had members of the community at the table, they also asked what would make this library, a public building, become more useful to the private sector and to the citizens. So they then incorporated green charging for bikes and other components to that building itself to start driving the population towards the library before a disaster, which then also connected to the businesses that were participating in investing in the flood mitigation wall itself. I highlight this as a micro example of how disaster recovery provides opportunity for economic growth and investment if we can get communities to think about what their holistic needs are and have all parts of the community at the local as well as the federal level together. We also have to understand that there's an extreme risk of cascading effects of incidents such as cyber and pandemics on critical infrastructure and supply chains. As we have seen in the last few years, our global supply chain impacts, such as port congestion, closure of key trade routes, highlight the fragility of global supply chain for critical resources ranging from food and manufacturing components to medical supplies that we need to respond in recovery from disasters. As public awareness of this increases, we have the opportunity to bring the public sector to the table to be part of the solution, to help us innovate with technology needed to address our current challenges and to build for the risk of 2040 as well as 2050. This necessitates us ensuring we have the policies and structures so that when they're at the table, we are leveraging them not just for their unique mission spaces, but also for the skills and resources they can bring to the table. For example, during COVID, we were able in several of our restaurants and corporations that work on food to help us respond and actually figure out how to do our vaccination centers more effectively. And now having them at the table after COVID, they've now been helping us work at communities and states to do planning and to do investments in climate resilience. And because they've now been committed to our mission, as well as have created the relationships with the planners and the individuals and communities who are making the emergency management decisions. In addition, we need to think about how we invest in mitigation after a disaster to make our infrastructure more resilient against future risks. This is particularly important in communities that are stuck in continual response and recovery cycles. This might be working with a community that was just flooded to help them rebuild their power grid to withstand extreme heat or to be less vulnerable to cyber. So for example, in the United States, as we're having disasters such as the wildfires in Hawaii, we're having conversations with the states to identify were there infrastructure that might not have been directly impacted by the event, but we need to work now to identify how to prioritize that funding so that we're actually buying down risk to those infrastructure, because we know when the next disaster hits, those infrastructures are what's going to be vulnerable. It means also having hard conversations to prioritize the investments transparently with communities. In order to capitalize on opportunities, we need to ensure that we are having transparent conversations with communities about their risks so that they have identified what they can mitigate, what they have the resources for. So for example, to be able to prepare them to relocate businesses, to relocate families, while still maintaining plans for economic growth, and to start adapting their plans for long-term housing, where they're building infrastructure, where they're building their roadways. We also need to work within our nations and globally to identify how to incentivize the private sector adoption of technology that mitigates climate risk. This means being able to work with our industry so that they're leveraging the technology being developed in Europe on creating roadways that are providing charging for electric cars or impervious pavement, and incentivizing domestically what our private sectors are transitioning to. This brings me to my final point. If there are two things in the last few years that have taught us, is that failure is not an option, and that the solutions to our toughest problems are out there. They might just be in the minds of the people that we haven't reached yet. During our crisis environments, our typical solutions are not sufficient. We have the opportunity, because the world is now catching on to the severe risk of climate change, the increase of disasters in society, supply chain migrations. To solve this, whether we need to bring more people to the table, whether it be a church, a university, a hospital system, a private corporation, climate scientists, we must recruit the whole community to be ambassadors of disaster resilience. Recently, we launched an exchange program with state and local tribal territorial partners to bring them to FEMA in bed with us to learn about what we do, as well as to contribute their vast knowledge to inform our operations so we're better postured to capitalize on the opportunities that they're facing at the local level. We must expand these conversations to also identify the opportunities to learn from each other so that we're funding the communities who are solving problems now to be able to directly connect to each other. Among all professions, we're really uniquely positioned to inspire the actions needed to address the risks our countries and communities face, and to bring in diverse backgrounds into our professions, as was mentioned, to bring in the climate science, the building technology, the architects, to ensure that we can capitalize and build economic benefits as we are mitigating the current risk. So I thank you for the invitation to join today, and I apologize for the technology issues.
Thank you very much.
Although we stand on different soils,
Not yet.
and we speak different languages, I look forward to working together as we deliver our shared mission to helping people before, during, and after disasters.
Thank you very much, Eli Pushkarovitz. That was fantastic. We caught a lot of it, not all of it, but we caught the important messages, I think. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for giving us your thoughts. Can we have some applause, please, for Eli? Thank you. Well, as I said, it's been a very compact day. Only an idiot would try to summarize it. So here goes. Now, all I'll try and do is just pick out some of the, the thoughts and the points that struck me over the course of the day. One of the ones that I felt was under the surface all the time, never really came to the fore, but was very much there for me, is this difference between the short-term response to disasters as they happen and the long-term challenge that we face, a generational challenge that we face, almost regardless of whatever we do now, we're going to see the impacts in large scale, in a continental scale, of climate change and its effects on our environment, on our weather, on our livelihoods. So we'd better be ready for it, because it's going to happen regardless, already is happening. One of the other points I thought was quite important was that there's no such thing as a natural disaster. We've probably sort of heard that thought, but it's very striking, I think, because it's very tempting to think we're somehow the victims of these terrible things that are happening out there. And of course, as the point that was made more than once over the course of the day, what there are natural phenomena, in many cases natural phenomena that we are provoking, and in many cases natural phenomena that affect us because we made choices about where we were going to build, what we were going to build, how we were going to build it, how we were going to live our lives. So if natural phenomena are going to come for us, we should probably get out of the way, it seems to me. Another thought, I promise only two more, was that the natural disaster isn't always the obvious cause of things that we see around us, but it frequently can be the primary cause. So the impact that we have on our environment may change people's living conditions. That may force them to move, or it may force them to act in other ways that then it becomes apparent to us is a problem. So we were talking about conflict in Syria and potentially the primary cause of that being climate change and its impact on the environment. But we should finish with maybe a little bit of good news, because there is good news, I think. There always is, but there certainly is here. I think one of the areas is technology. We heard once or twice over the course of the day the descriptions of just some of the specific applications, the way technology is already being used, the promise that it holds. And we shouldn't overpromise, we shouldn't rely on it, as we know, but I think it's a tremendous difference between where we are now and where we might have been 20 or 30 years ago. And the potential for technology to help us is tremendous. The other thing is the thing I mentioned earlier, which is the pool of goodwill, I think, that most people have, regardless of themselves, to the people immediately around them. And when these disasters occur, as the planes are flying overhead, putting out the fires, and the government is getting itself together to provide relief, the people are already on the ground, they're already beginning to clean up, beginning to help each other and to resolve the issues that they face. So these things, the goodwill of people and the promise of technology, I think, are things that hold tremendous promise for us if we can harness them. With that, I'm going to draw all of this to a close. I've had a fantastic, tiring but fantastic day. There are one or two thank yous that I should give out. One is to Helexpo, who have been our partners in putting this together. We're very grateful to them. Ethniki Insurance have also been an important sponsor, and we have a lot of sponsors that you can see up on the board there, and we're very grateful to them for helping us bring this together. We should certainly thank all of our speakers who have, to a person, been excellent. I would like to thank the interpreters, maybe only me, but without the interpreters who've done a fantastic job today, I would certainly be completely lost. And I would also like to thank Nectaria, her team, who have been through an extraordinarily difficult few days. Not that you would know it from the way this has all been pulled together and the way it's been organized, superb as ever. And the final thanks, of course, should go to all of you who are still with us at the end of this long day. So thank you very much from me, and I'll see you all again soon, I hope. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Not moving from my chair is my dream job. Thank you very much. Yeah, there's lunch outside, so please do enjoy a bite to eat.
Καλημέρα Σκηνούσα.
Engine on.
Απογείωση. Εκτιμόμενη ώρα άφηξης 10 λεπτά.
Καλημέρα. Ελήφθη. Προσγείωση.
Ελήφθη.
Περιοχή καθαρή. Ελεύθερη απογείωση. Απογείωση. Ευχαριστούμε. Καλή συνέχεια.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ Σκηνούσα. Συνέχεια διαδρομής προς Ηρακλιά Κουφονήσι.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.